Got Game. Super excited to have you here today. It's our fifth annual event. Why is everybody sitting in the back? Up top. I can't see you. No, but seriously, I'm glad you're here, no matter where you're sitting in the building. Created Women Got Game 5 years ago when I started a gaming company because I've been gaming longer than most of you have been alive, 45 years. And when I started gaming, there were no young men, no young women that and when I played both arcades as well as in the original Atari systems, I was always playing against boys and beating them. And men always have a complex about getting beat by women. I don't know why, because we do it all the time. But that's another story for another day. I was also an athlete. So I played football, volleyball, basketball, and ran track. And I played contact football. I grew up in Southern Cal, and then we moved to Alabama, and I moved there my ninth grade year, which was then considered junior high school in Alabama. But they wouldn't let girls play contact sports, and I thought my parents had a whole bunch of money, and they didn't. And they were like, "We're not going to sue for you to play, so figure out another sport." But I realized that my love of traditional sports as well as video gaming was one and the same. It required some of the exact same attributes, and what I think even with gaming is even more. What I love about gaming that's different from traditional sports is it doesn't matter what size you are, doesn't matter what you look like, or how fast you can run, or how many times you can shoot or hit a ball. You can be successful playing video games. What I wish I had then that you all have the opportunity to do now is to work in a space around something I love doing all the time. And so I created Women Got Game to let you know there's a community out there of young women that look just like you, that are you, that enjoy gaming with or without the opportunity to play against and beat boys, and that we want to foster that community. And there's some amazing women who have created paths for you that go back as long as 30, 35 years in the gaming industry. And you can use your love of gaming to get jobs, not just in technology, not just as a game developer or as a software engineer or a coder, but you could be an influencer. You could do PR. You could do HR. You can create sound and music. You can do quality assurance. There's so many avenues. If you want to be on the esports side, you could be a shoutcaster, an announcer. You can be a manager. And of course, you can compete in game. And so we want to expose you to some amazing women in this industry, and we're doing that today. I want to say a very special thanks to our corporate partners because they made today possible. First and foremost, the opportunity to partner with Blackfest. You'll get a chance to meet the founder of Blackfest today, and she's a super rock star woman just like us. Secondly, to Cash App. Cash App is here. They're going to have some cool prizes for you. We believe in giving lots of prizes. We believe in giving out cool gifts. You'll see some on the back from our other partner, Logitech. You'll get to meet what I call my superwoman and superhero, Davina Mackey. She'll be on the panel in a few minutes. And Sony Interactive Entertainment, Sony PlayStation, my favorite console of all time. I played every single PlayStation that has been out since day one. You'll get a chance to meet her. They're one of our other partners. And so I want to give you a chance to meet, see, and be encouraged by some amazing women. And I also want you to understand there's a lot of money to be made as early as 14, 15 years old in this space. Just ask questions. And what's cool now is, and I never had the chance growing up when I was your age, that you can get paid to play video games. As you all know, you can get paid on now TikTok, YouTube, Facebook gaming, to just while you're playing the game, talking about the games, evaluating games. There's so many revenue opportunities. There's over 200 colleges around the country, and let your parents know this, that offer either full or partial scholarships for you to go to college. These are both 2-year and 4-year colleges. And unlike a lot of industries, you can come out after high school and either get a certification and start working, making anywhere from $35, $40 plus an hour, to going to a 2-year college and getting an associate's degree and making $60,000, $75,000 plus, depending on what area that you want to go into in gaming and tech. And you can't do that in a lot of different. You can't do that as a doctor. You can't do that as a lawyer. So there's a lot of industries that don't give you that flexibility. So if you're not cut out to go to school for 4 years or even 2 years, you've got options and avenues in gaming and technology that you could do. And what's cool is a lot of companies, no matter what's going on right now at the White House, are still looking for and value what women bring to the table and the value that we bring, both in our minds and more importantly as our gender. So don't be discouraged by what you're hearing or seeing. These things will have to run its course in time. But what I've known as women, we know how to stand the test of time. We always persevere, and we also know how to diversify, and we do a whole lot with a lot of times not having a whole lot. So now I want to mention those partners. Now I want to talk about in Black and Gaming. Black and Gaming is the largest, and they're one of the people you see outside. There's a whole event coming today called Blackfest, and Black in Gaming is one of the oldest original professional organizations around gaming, esports, and technology in the world. And there's over 400 people that registered today, so you'll get a chance to meet some of them as well during the course of the afternoon. There's free lunch after we get done with the panel and conversation, and there's going to be giveaways the whole time. So pay attention, listen, and you'll be rewarded for your answers, your interaction, and most importantly, for your networking. So we got a survey we want you to fill out right now, Dana. And shout out to Dana, my national program manager. He's up in the audio booth, and to our AV team. Another job opportunity for those of you who like to be behind the camera, if you like to be in front of the camera, other opportunities where you can get paid. So we got some prizes for the first people to complete these surveys. We'll be able to see. So please complete the survey in full to qualify for the prizes. Any access? Dana and the Google Docs go live. Thank you. Kind of hard to complete it if you can't get access, right? I love the fact you're ready. Apologies that we're not. We just moved from the East Coast late last night. Then you're going to let us know when you're live? Okay, so we'll come back to this. You want to go to this? We're going to do trivia. You want to run the videos? We've got some videos with history and information about, social media contests. Another way to win prizes, please follow us on social media. You got to post. Show me your post. We do a combination of dollars. I tell people it's an opportunity to make money today. Do a combination of dollar prizes as well as cool prizes from Logitech. And then Cash App's going to have some more prizes later on, and I'll let him come up and tell you about that when we get to the networking portion of the day. But follow us on social media. Also, make sure you use the hashtags and post a picture or video. If I saw some of you taking pictures at the photo op outside. Please share, post, and we'll be announcing winners at the end of the day. This is a video on amazing women right now in gaming. I've entertained the variety of women and the different roles that they're doing in gaming on there. Some women own studios and are producing games. You have influencers. Some are in traditional marketing. So we're going to go back to the QR code so you guys complete the survey. Thank you. We use this information to understand what games you like to play, what systems you use to play them. how we can continue to provide the right programming during our Women Got Game. We also have an event called a program called Girls Got Game, which is for middle school and high school girls. The other thing I noticed too is that earlier that we can let young ladies know that a community exists to support them in their interests, dreams, and goals of being the next rock stars in gaming and technology. So we created a program called Girls Got Game to go after our younger segment. We did a test last year in LA. We're expanding this year to Atlanta, Miami, and New Orleans, and would love to see if we could do something here in the Bay Area as well. But we're happy. This is our 4th year in San Francisco. The first year was virtual due to the pandemic. And so we're happy to continue the relationship. I saw some familiar faces, both some of the students and the chaperones back. If you were here with us, after you finish the survey, I'll ask. Anybody needs more time? I see some people that completed. I see it completions. Anybody needs more time? All right, so now I'm going to introduce you to the founder of today and the reason why we're here. The last 2 years, we hosted with one of our partners who I failed to mention, A16Z, who also owns a company called A16Z Games. We hosted at their company headquarters here last year, and the year prior to that, we were at Google. 2 years prior to that, we were at Google. And so now we're here at the Children's Creativity Museum right next door to GDC, the Game Developer Conference. And the reason why a lot of us are here from a professional standpoint, but Trinidad Black is the founder of Blackfest. I'm gonna have her come up and introduce herself and provide a welcome. Trinidad.
What's poppin'? Is that old? Am I old? Does that show that I'm old? Anyways, I'm whatever. I just want to say thank you to BCGA for showing up and showing out. We are honored to have all y'all here in these streets and here for Blackfest. I want to say thank you to A16Z, the CLF Fund. I want to say thank you to Black in Gaming. I want to say thank you to every single sponsor, including Davina, who's here, which I'm not going to say where she's from. No, she'll tell you. It's an honor to be here. We wanted to create a space for you, by you, that you can be your true self and authentic self in. And I just want to tell y'all that they not like us. We in these streets, we are changing the game. We are doing things exceedingly and above what people can imagine. We are here and we are not going anywhere. So Blackfest is for you. So give yourselves a hand clap. I'm not going to take 15 minutes, I promise. But I do want to encourage y'all to look into gaming, look into development, look into marketing, look into all the different types of jobs that are in the game industry, because we need you, we want you, and we want to empower you. So all the panelists that are here are my faves. Y'all know it, wink, wink. And I just look forward to seeing y'all in these streets with us next year. Thank you, Keisha.
So Trinidad came up with the name because her last name is Black, and of course she's Black. And for those of you that may not know, Black is not just African Americans. You know, we got Latina Black, we've got Caribbean Black, African Black, we got Asian Black. I was in Iceland. We got Iceland Black. I mean, Black is like literally all over the world. And so we love, support, and appreciate all of our allies. If you don't consider yourself Black, we still love you. And the world is better because of every shade. I call it in my Crayola box. And so next, I want to introduce our moderator and one of our partners with Women Got Game for the 4th consecutive year, Creative Operations with Riot Games, Miss Mia Janae. Mia Janae Watkins is an award-winning filmmaker, writer, producer, public speaker, and content creator. All jobs you can have today or anytime in the future around gaming. She spent about 9 years in the video game industry focused on operations and project management, currently at Riot Games, and has been recognized as one of the She Play Games top 100 women in gaming. Congratulations, Mia. Before Wired, she worked at PlayStation for 6 years, growing from a video editor to a communications project manager. She has moderated and produced panels for Game Developers Conference, San Diego Comic Con, my home city, DreamCon, and MagWest. Previously, she served as a community development director for the Black and Gaming Foundation, one of our partners, producing panels, mixers, and game jams nationally and internationally. Another thing I love about gaming is you can work anywhere in the world, and you have the ability now to work from home and get paid while you work from home. She is founder of her event consulting business, the Mighty Hostess, LLC. She's currently working on an epic fantasy novel. And now to add to her resume, moderator of Women Got Game, our 5th annual edition, Miss Mia Janae Watkins.
Thank you so much. You know what? Trinidad brought back Let's Pop It. So what's poppin'? Let's keep it going. Let's bring it back. Thank you so much to this wonderful organization for having me moderate today. We're super excited to have a stellar panel for you today. Again, my name is Mia Janae Watkins. I'm super stoked to be here. And I want to get this party started because we have so much to talk about. So I would love to start by introducing our amazing panelists, starting with Stephanie Perea. Stephanie Perea is the founder for S. Perea Productions and is a board member for the Gente Buena Foundation. With over 16 years of experience across entertainment and tech companies, Stephanie brings invaluable expertise to the table, including her knack for innovation, collaborative spirit, and problem-solving prowess. Let's give a hand for Stephanie Perea. Up next, we have Elaine Gomez. Elaine Gomez is one of the co-founders and president of Latinx in Gaming and the founder of the independent game studio Midnight Hour Games. Elaine mentors developers in her free time and volunteers for organizations such as Code Coven, Marginalized Genders in Gaming, Gameheads, and PRGDA. Elaine, let's come on stage. Next, we have Megan Wallace. Megan Wallace is over operations, culture, and inclusion at Bonfire Studios. She's a lover of complex problem solving, creative communication, and truth telling, and builds dynamic processes with a solid foundation through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Megan, come on up. And last, but definitely not least, well, but she's been one of my mentors in the game industry, Davina Mackey. Davina Mackey is a director of support services and operations at Sony Interactive Entertainment, SIE, also known as PlayStation. She has a wealth of experience in operations and project management, working for several Fortune 500 companies. Davina, let's come on up. Amazing. So we have a couple of mics here for you. I'm also, if it's hot, I shall give this one to you. There we go. Just displaying my strength there. How's everyone doing? How is everyone feeling today?
Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here. We have some amazing questions for you to talk to our wonderful audience that we have here today. Starting with, tell us about yourself and your journey in the gaming industry. How long have you been in this industry? And what kind of impact would you like to make?
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Perea, and a little bit about my background and kind of how I got here. So I've always been in games or games adjacent kind of space. I went to school for undergrad at the University of Southern California. I double majored in English and business, and that was kind of by accident because I was so bored with business that I negotiated with my parents that I needed a liberal arts addition, and so I just added more work for myself. But it was really great because those two degrees actually landed me my first job, actually, incidentally, in games, but just in a space that I wanted to be in, which was at Disney Interactive. And so I was there for the start of my career through a number of twists and turns. I returned back to Disney later on, but I also worked at digital agencies, building websites and banner ads, but also learned how to understand what standing up a back end for a website looked like, data management, a lot of other kind of dry things that came to become really helpful as I continued my career in entertainment and technology. I found myself later on working on a wearable Internet of Things toy. I also was at Imagineering R&D for a little while and did some location-based experiences inside one of the Disney parks. I've also ended up at a VFX company doing immersive and XR or mixed reality type of projects. And as my career kind of continued, I started to ask myself a little bit, not just how do I have my next job and just stay employed, but what kind of things were interesting to me. And I started to find a kind of a dual path where continued to want to be in emerging technology, areas of innovation, and games was always that space. Games were always innovating and looking at ways to make content interesting. So I found myself at Niantic for a short period of time, where I met Trinidad, amazing Trinidad, and then I wanted to focus on AR, wanted to continue to be in that space, and now I'm working with Disney again in an innovation hub in their studios. So long story short, a lot of twists and turns, but I kind of learned over time that this was an interesting space that I wanted to be in. I think the impact that I'd like to make is in this space is that I think the internal voice that we all have around what we think is right and true and has a strong sense of integrity. I want to continue to encourage people, regardless of who you are, women, men, all backgrounds, but just really to kind of bring integrity to this space in all forms. And I think that's the most important thing that I want to contribute to.
Let's clap it up for that. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name's Elaine. I did not think I was going to be in games at all. I actually was studying medicine and biomedical engineering in school. And against my parents' wishes, I decided to change my major. I kind of had to sit down with them and let them know that I don't want to pursue this anymore. It's not something that I'm good at, and I'm not good at because I'm not enjoying it. And I kind of had that mental block in some of these engineering and like high-level physics, high-level science classes. And I knew that I was smart. It wasn't that I was not smart in comparison to my classmates. It was just the fact that I was not letting it absorb because I did not enjoy it. So I had to figure out my own path. Having Puerto Rican and Dominican parents, sitting down with them was like, no, you have to be either a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer. That's it. That's the only options you get. They did not understand the realities of opportunities of tech, even though they come from a tech background. Both my parents work in pharmaceuticals and technology, but they saw the outsourcing, they saw like the inner workings of what was happening, and they didn't want that for me. They didn't want me to have a hard time finding a job. They wanted me to have stability. So I understood that, but I told them that I needed to do my own thing. I've always been a rebel. As you can see, I'm covered with tattoos. I started with piercings when I was 16, behind my parents' back. Like I was very much a rebel all my life, and that came in shape when I came into games. So long story short, I got my bachelor's in technology. I finished that degree, and I decided to pursue a master's, a postgraduate degree at USC Games, in game design specifically. I didn't know anything about making games in comparison to the other students there. So I came in fresh not knowing what Dungeons and Dragons was. I came in not knowing what game theory was. I was literally the odd one out. My friends at USC, I didn't even have friends in school. My friends were like the skater dudes and like punk rockers. Like those are my people. Like going in mosh pits, going in Friday night basement shows. Like that was me. Like I was just the complete opposite of everybody else around me. And I think I'm still that person. But I'm glad that I stuck to who I wanted to be and like was steadfast in who I am. Because my uniqueness, my authenticity is what has gotten me so far in the industry, to be honest with you. Not being part of the norm, not having these 5 top 10 games that everybody else has in their list. I don't have the same games, but then my horizon and the way that I approach things is so different because my list is completely different than everybody else. And I would say that how I would want to make an impact, I started off as having my first job in games as a game designer. It was very hard to get there, and maybe if you stop me at some point later, we can talk about how hard that was. But with my first role, at the same time, I decided that I wanted to find other Puerto Rican, Dominican, Mexican developers, and I had a hard time finding those people around me inside the games industry in the United States. So because I didn't see anything, I got together with some folks and we said, we're going to make something. If nobody has made something for us, we'll make it ourselves. Little did we know how hard that was going to be and the task at hand. And that's where Latinx in Gaming was birthed. So in tandem of, thank you so much, I appreciate that. It's been a hard road because none of us know anything about business, marketing, nonprofit work. We're all developers, and we just had a heart for it. We want to give back. We want to be able to help people like us get into games. We want to find mentors for people. We want to find folks that can connect to get funding and investment. All of these things that are hard conversations to find with strangers, we wanted to make that accessible to people like us. And that's what we did. So in tandem of game design full-time, it was in tandem leading Latinx in gaming at the same time. And then 2 years ago, I opened up my own studio. So in tandem, I have 3 roles going all the time. So imagine how busy I am. I have no life. You can ask my husband. But it's so rewarding because I know this is just a phase of my life, right? Maybe the next 5 years, and then I can pass the baton to other people that I am trying to grow and empower so that they can take the reins of Latinx in gaming into a new chapter of what that's going to look like inside our games industry and globally. So Latinx in gaming doesn't just serve U.S. Latinos. We serve all of Latin America and global. We have folks in Australia, Europe, Asia that are from Latin American countries, and we help them as much as we can. So our impact is to make waves and ripples. Like, we're here and we're here to stay, like Trinidad said. And we want to continue building leaders so that we are the ones making decisions of what are the characters going into games, what is the hiring and pipeline process in our studio. We are going to double down on inclusivity and DEI regardless of what the government says. That's the type of stuff that we want to do, right? So you are the future. Like, at some point I'm going to retire and I'm not going to be around, but we want to empower all of y'all because y'all are the future. And you're the one who's going to make the decisions. You're going to be the CEOs and presidents and co-founders of studios. We want to give you these tools and resources so that you don't have to face the same challenges that we did when there was nothing built on the ground. There's already a foundation for you to start building. So that is what I want to share. Sorry, it was long.
Let's hear it for the rebels. Let's do it. Yes.
Hello, I'm Megan Wallace. I completely fell into the games industry, never thought I would be doing this. My education was in English and theater. I actually left college starting a nonprofit theater company. I thought I was going to be a costume designer, and we made puppets and visual effects, and I loved it, but that does not pay the bills. Just in case you have not heard, theater is not the way to get the bills paid. I was working in retail as a manager, and my sister was working for Blizzard Entertainment. She was a game master there, and she said, "You would really love working here. You love games. Come and do this." And I was scared. I had never done any game development, no engineering. I just loved playing games. I wasn't sure there was a place for somebody like that. And she said, "No, we've got all kinds of roles here. You should just come and apply." And I did. I started in administration for the legal team. About 8 months later, I became an executive assistant to the CEO. I was there for almost 9 years. And when one of the executives I worked with at Blizzard left to start his own studio, he asked if I'd come along with him, to which I enthusiastically said yes. So I became employee number 9 at a startup studio called Bonfire Studios. I'm still there now. It'll be my 8th year in July. And yeah, nepotism and networking. Do it. Super important. Everyone else is doing it. Don't think that they got those jobs because they're amazing. Some of them did, but use your networks. That's why we're all here today. Get to know people. And also, I think I always was just that weird kid that did what I wanted to. Be that weird kid. Do what you want to. Yeah. Thank you, weirdos. And impact. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not successful unless all of you are successful. What I want is for you to take what, all of these wonderful people up here have done and keep pushing it forward. That is really it at the end of the day. Thanks.
Sarah, clap it up. And I like Megan. I like the ethical nepotism. I feel like this is a good space for that. Yes. Go ahead, Davida.
Oh, man. That's a new one. I'm going to use it.
Good nepotism.
Good nepotism. Davina Mackey. I've been in the industry now for 20 years. And the whole 20 years I've been with Sony PlayStation. So, but I've had a unconventional way of getting there. By no means did I think that I would be playing video game or working in a video game company, let alone a publisher. My kids are hardcore gamers. I had Atari 2600. I know I am aging myself. I loved asteroids. In middle school, I used to go and Dungeons and Dragons, what do you call those video machines?
The arcade
Machine. Yeah. So the arcade machine was there, and Dungeons and Dragons was one of them. Pac-Man was another one. Galaga was another one.
Oh, I love
Loved
Galaga.
all of them except for Dungeons and Dragons. Never understood it.
You're not alone.
Never understood it. But, you know, as a single mother trying to make my way through, stopped college, was working at Washington Mutual, which is now Chase Bank, and was learning a lot about project management at the time. Was sick of my manager, who was a senior vice president. She was a sister just like me, and I vowed that it's very challenging sometimes working for your people. So we didn't get along, but was put my resume out there. Thought I was going on an interview with EA, Electronic Arts, because the recruiter said, hey, would you like to work for SCEA? All I heard was EA. So I did all of my research on Electronic Arts in Redwood City. And when the map, you know, because we didn't even have like we didn't even have like the maps that we have now. You know, Google Maps didn't exist. So while I was doing I don't even think MapQuest was out back then.
Shout out MapQuest.
There's the Thomas guy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think the Thomas Guide or something. But I got the instructions somehow. I can't even remember how. But I was going to San Mateo and Foster City, actually. Foster City, and then when I saw that it was a Sony Diamond, I was like, damn, Sony? I'm like, how did I get to Sony? So I called my mom and my grandmother, pray for me. Because I don't know nothing about this. I didn't know that PlayStation and Sony was synonymous at all. I got up there. So my grandmother, of course, they pray. I got up the elevator and got into that interview. And the manager was looking for someone who works on multiple projects and can handle administrative work. Bam, 100% what I was doing at WAMU. And the second interviewer was someone I went to high school with.
Ethical nepotism.
So I'm going to tell you that prayer answers things, because that was nothing but God. I had the exact skill sets from the manager, and I knew the admin, and got in there in 2004, came up from the grassroots. I remember I stopped my education, and so I didn't start back my education until 2004. So PlayStation was a big part of my education as a whole. Graduated undergrad, bachelor's in business administration, so operations has always been my thing. Project management always been my thing. Did it with 3 kids, went to an unconventional university, which was University of Phoenix, but it was applied knowledge. I was able to apply exactly what I learned in school into what I was doing at work, so it worked for me. Graduated in 2007. Once I graduated, I went from project coordinator, project manager, senior project manager. By the time I graduated with my undergrad, I got to manager of operations under the same manager. As he grew, I grew. I just held on to his coattail. So that's a form of nepotism too.
There you go. We're learning a lot here today, yes.
Yeah. And then once I I realized that I didn't know enough. And the guys ahead of me were master's degrees, and some of them didn't have master's degrees, but they were able to still get promoted ahead into management, higher levels of management. So I realized I needed to go back, and I got my MBA in 2015, August. By September, I was meeting with one of my mentors, Richard Markels, who is now my manager. He wanted to know what I was working on. I went through it with him, and he was like, hey, you just got your MBA. I was like, yep. He said, I think you should interview for this director's position. I was like, I'm just a manager. How can I go from manager to director? He was like, you can do it. Just interview. So I put my resume together, talked to my manager. I had been with him for, 11 years by then. So transitioning was challenging, just the thought process of doing that, and then very scary going from a manager to a director's role. I knew I needed a lot of stretch in order to reach, that domain, and just the excellence in being a director, part of the leadership or higher level management positions at Sony. So got the job. So graduated August. September, was going through with my mentor what I was doing. By November, October, I was in a new director position, in the position that I am in today. So it's been 9 years in that position. So 20 years total. Woo! 20 years total, and I'm going to tell you the impact. So in that whole journey at Sony, I was the first president of Black at PlayStation. That was all during the George Floyd situation. We got to start working with amazing nonprofit organizations. That's how I met Keisha. That's how I met Black in Gaming. It was Carl Velarde, who was a part of the IDGA Black in Gaming Special Interest Group. And and so, Sony had money, and we decided to work with a bunch of nonprofits, and a lot of work that we have done, the impact that what I'm trying to do is make sure that people who look like me have access to gaming and understand how the publishers work. I mean, indie games are great, but like publishers, becoming an engineer at a PlayStation or Microsoft, they all have proprietary engines. So you need to understand proprietary tooling, not Unreal, not Unity. But if you're an artist on the creative side, if you have a great portfolio, you can get a wonderful mentor, and they can guide you. There's directions there. But my impact is pathways into the game industry, regardless of where you fall. If you're in middle school, if you can get access to a game lab, so working with Keisha's organization, PlayStation, me and my colleague Earl, who I have to give a shout out to, because without him, my life would be crazy.
Shout out to Earl.
He is my assistant / project manager, and he helps me in every facet of my life. So, but we have helped BCGA with their cohort in establishing, 17 game labs at HBCUs. And, we have been instrumental in supporting Big Foundation and now Gameheads. And then, we also just want to ensure that we have early pathways in our, Black children just sometimes don't have access. And so that is my goal, is to ensure that our youth have access to gaming, whether that's just getting access to labs, being a part of clubs, joining esports tournaments, and then in university, making sure you have access to the universities that actually will get you in the door. And then at work, making sure that once you're in the game, you stay in the game and you don't get shuffled out, right? Because that's easy too. So that's the impact that I wish to make.
I want to make sure all y'all are taking notes, because you are truly in the midst of giants. And in your careers as giants, to conquer the mountaintops and obstacles that you all have to get to where you are today. I know that journey must have not been easy. So my next question for you all is, what challenges have you faced as women of color in this industry? And what advice would you give to our audience of young women gamers here with us now, or folks watching the stream or watching the VOD afterwards, that they can take with them as they pursue their journeys?
I'll jump in real quick. I think I'm not necessarily going to point to a particular situation, as it's something that's probably come up in my experience multiple times. But I think one of the challenges I faced is just a general sense that as a woman in the space, as a woman of color in the space of professionals that tend to be predominantly male, white male, there is and also with that sensibility of being a people pleaser. I think there a lot of people can relate to just an kind of sometimes an innate sense of like trying to get that external affirmation or validation. I found myself oftentimes in professional settings where I was very much too supportive to the degree that I was kind of cutting myself short. And so that's one of those challenges that I think less external and much more internal that I learned over time, where I realized I was really always I wanted to do well, so I did as best as I could, even and even a little bit beyond. And it really burned me out a lot, and I'm sure a lot of folks here can also speak to the experience of like pushing yourself so far because you had something to prove, or you felt like you had something to prove. And so I think, in the sense of those challenges, it's in those many moments throughout my career, I had realizations that were after the fact, like days, weeks afterwards, where I realized I was like, oh, I really put so much effort into this and people didn't really care. And that was really disappointing. And it took a lot of internal about being proud of the work that I had, but also knowing that that's what I cared about was moving the project forward. What I cared about was bringing up the team for the work that they did and they contributed, and that I built a good community of a team where we valued each other and ourselves, even if the output sometimes felt, quote, short of projections or revenue or some other metric. And it was kind of dismissed or moved forward. I think that was one of the challenges I felt like consistently comes up, where you put so much effort as an individual, as a team member, as somebody who puts a lot of your self-identity and worth to that value, and then it kind of gets passed over. It's I think a little bit even more just beyond it's an internal thing, I think, in a lot of ways, but that lack of external validation is oftentimes something you will face as a woman of color, because it's just taken for granted. So I think that's one of the things I would call out.
I would say the biggest obstacle for me was always being the only female, the only black female. And it can be a lonely space, especially if my colleagues are all, majority of them are white male, and them knowing that I came as a manager and I skipped a level, I think I got hazed a little bit. And hazed in not a way that it was like very aggressive, but things that they knew that I didn't know. But I took it in stride. I learned from it, and I'm a force to be reckoned with, and they know that they created a monster, so it's their fault.
Yes.
It's their fault. I blame them. So they can't do that anymore, and I'm the only MBA too in my group, and so I always come with the strategy, and they know. But I think being a female in the industry, in and of itself, you're gonna meet up with a lot of misogyny. I got gaslit a whole lot. I mean, I felt like I was Pimba. Oh, is it Pimbo and Timon?
It's Timon and Pumbaa.
Timon and Pumbaa, yeah. So, you know, when one of them be like, hey, let's go do this, and totally just ignore, and then the next thing, hey, let's go do this. And I'm like, wait a minute, didn't I just say this? And you go through that a lot. Also being talked over in meetings and not being like 10 minutes, you're like, have your hand up. Actually, I really love the virtual because pandemic happened and everybody had to raise their hands all of a sudden to have a conversation. That's kind of like even the playing field a little bit. So if you're not being gaslit, you're being talked over, but then having the wherewithal to get through it all. And, you know, having those candid conversations and not allowing the soft skills and the behavioral skills that aren't great skills from men sometimes, I think is where you can show your courage and let them know, hey, what you're doing is not a good thing, and here's what I think we should be doing or acting. So if you're coming with a problem, you always come with a solution too. So taking up for yourself, being diplomatic in all ways and gracious, because we are women at the end of the day. So it doesn't need to be, you know, with attitude, but it does need to be assertive. And I think, you know, men, when you are assertive, I mirror a lot of times too. So whatever you come to the table with in your persona, as long as it's not degrading or disrespectful, I come with that same energy. I mirror that energy. So, you know, just learning those skills, I think, is very important for women. And some of the obstacles that I've had to overcome throughout my career, going from a grassroots person, being in a matrix situation. So a matrix means you're not like the leading manager, but you are in charge of an initiative or a project, and you got to manage folks that are above you and below you, right? So have to deal with those situations, and then being a director, and then having people treat you like you're a director has been challenges too.
And then Megan and Elena, I'll have y'all answer real quick, and then we'll open the floor to Q&A.
I mean, hard +1 to everything that you heard. But coming from any underestimated community, if you're sitting in a room, you're probably going to be one of the only, and you will be continuously underestimated or thought of as a DEI hire, a charity case. And that is really challenging to overcome and actually has nothing to do with you. You really have to know yourself and be strong in who you are. You know, I was not a people pleaser at all, and I had to find a different tactic. You know, in the room, I would say, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Behind closed doors, when it was me and that person, I'd be like, I mean, if you approach it like, you know, hey, I respect you and we're colleagues, and so I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you what parts of that were good, what parts of that were bad. And that's because that's who I was and how I needed to express myself. So don't let what everyone else in the room is doing or what they're thinking stop you from being true to yourself.
+1 to everybody as well. That was awesome, Megan. So I'll be quick. Definitely from a game designer perspective, game development perspective, I am, sorry, I just hit you. I'm a woman. I am Puerto Rican, Dominican, so that comes with some assertiveness and spiciness that just comes naturally. But as well, I am part indigenous as well. So out of all, if you categorize all the women in games, I am the lowest of the lowest denominator when it comes to people like me in the industry. I don't have a lot of Latina Puerto Ricans that I can look up to who are directors, senior designers, heads of anything, right? So I kind of have to be like, well, I go to myself for myself, build other people up underneath me to teach them the skills that I'm learning, but also go to Latino men who have taken me under their wing and supported me to build me up, and allies from different communities. So I would say it is challenging to find people to trust. Because I have been put in positions where I have relayed reported information, and that information was used against me to instill fear for me to lose my job. I have been in those situations. My friends have been in those situations. Harassment and abuse is real. It's everywhere. It's not just a games industry thing. Everywhere you go, you will face that as a woman. And it's hard to figure out a way to maneuver it when you have to pay the bills and you don't want to lose your job. You want to stay silent and not rise against this bully who may be your manager or may be another leader who's in the studio. I have oftentimes, like Davina said, been the only woman in the entire studio, or the only woman or person of color in the game design team, and that's a reality that's been fervent. So I've been in the industry 10 years, and much of that has not changed, and it will continue to change, but it's slow progress. And I believe that, honestly, it's latching on to support and allies who you can trust. It's super important when you're facing these challenging situations. And like Megan said, be honest and true to yourself. In the beginning, I always stayed quiet. I didn't want to lose my job. I'd rather be, in Spanish, in Puerto Rico, we have a saying, calladita te ves más bonita. When you're quiet, you look prettier. And like as I grew up, I'm like, now I'm going to be the loudmouth and tell you, director, that you don't get to disrespect me in front of the team because you don't like my idea, but respectfully, right? In private, right? Because we don't want to tear people down, and we don't want others to see us as a problem, but we need to be assertive and stand up for ourselves and stand up for others as well, right? Because I, as a principal or a director, leader in design, that means I need to protect my other designers' teammates, right? And their professional development and their mental health. When something's going on at home, if you lose a grandparent, if something's going on with your spouse, life things happen, and it affects us and our creativity. We need to be sensitive and stand up for each other in these situations where some people do not have the emotional intelligence to be able to discern, hey, what's going on? Can I help you? How do I support you? What do you need from me? And I think that as people of color specifically, we know that so very well, that we silently suffer all the time, but we cannot do that, especially in games and especially in the state of everything going on around us. We have to band together, and we have to rely on each other, because we all here want the same exact thing. Different communities, but the exact same thing. And when we rally together, we're a force to be reckoned with, right? And there's nobody that can tell us that we can't do it, that we can't arise, or any of these things. So that's what I'm going to say. It's not easy, but it's definitely something that we can overcome, and we can do it together.
Absolutely.
Be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, especially ladies. I want you to ask questions. We got an amazing, talented group here. Let's give them a hand. Shout out to our audio engineer is a female. Game Heads Media Team got a female boss on their team. So thanks to both those ladies. If you're interested in audio engineering and or the media team, I'm quite sure they'd be happy to answer any questions. You can come in and check out. The booth is right behind you. They're making you, what you see on screen, and the videotaping that's happening is compliments of some amazing women. Somebody had a hand here. Okay, I'll go. Sorry, you're closer.
What is your favorite thing about your job right now?
So when you speak, please give us your name, your grade, and your college or high school, please.
I'm Aaliyah Williams. I'm a 9th grader at Holy Names.
You guys got the question?
Oh, I can start. One of the things that I love about game design is problem solving with people, because we are offered a problem and they say figure it out, and we're like, okay, we'll figure it out. And there's never the perfect one solution to anything. So when you get all designers in one room together, they all are like chefs with their own recipes and ingredients, and we kind of just all put it together. And sometimes those recipes are gross, and it's really hard to put down your ego and be like, sorry, my recipe was the gross one, yours is better. It's hard sometimes to have that tug of war between like our ego and like our creative drive, and we have to set all of that aside. But I actually love that. I love failure, because that's how we learn. And I love problem solving with people. So to say, that's what I love. And figuring something out together and then putting it in front of the player and having them get it and understand where we're trying to come from, that feels so good and rewarding. And it also is a huge pat on our back because nobody sees all the gross recipes that we had to put together and the things that didn't taste good and the things that frustrated us.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions?
Over here, my name is Heidi. I'm a junior at Holy Names High School. Each one of you mentioned about projects. So which project was your most hardest or most proudest one?
I'll jump in because it comes right to mind. So I worked on I mentioned it a little earlier, I worked on a product called Playmation that was from Disney. It was a wearable toy that had a lot of technology built into it, Bluetooth, infrared. There was a whole bunch of stuff that was in it. And it was an incredibly difficult project because it had a physical component, which meant that it was actually going to go physically on shelves, which meant that rather than in a typical kind of games is software, right? And so yes, you have hard dates and you do have release dates, and those are very, very rigid. Marketing dollars, publishing, all of this stuff, there's so many reasons why those dates don't move, but if it's still software, it could still move. But if you are putting something physical on shelves, there is a factory somewhere that is like making the thing, and they are shipping on like literal ships across the ocean, and they will be on shelves. It better be done. And so I had the experience of that project was that I had joined that team, I think in April or May of that year. And I was in a role that was specifically supposed to be just about the companion app. There was going to be an iOS and Android app companion to this product. But when I joined, it quickly came to a realization that there was no content producer for the physical product itself, or there wasn't somebody assigned to that. And so I quickly, within about 4 weeks, shifted from my original role that I was hired into this new role. And so that was March, April, I think, and earlier in the year. And we had a delivery date of software of the content locked by, I think, October, November, or actually it was October of that year. So I had less than a year to work with a team I had just met that was about 20 people or so, designers, writers, engineers, QA lead. There was product people, there were marketing people, and everybody was working kind of on their own tracks. They had also thought that they were still, some folks felt they were still in R&D or pre-production. When some other folks thought we were supposed to be already producing. And the actuality of it was that we didn't have an actual working build, what we sometimes called, just the baseline of a hello world of a platform, until July of that year. And so I was faced with an incredible challenge of coalescing a team of people who had their own agendas and they were all fine. These were great people, really smart, really competent, really capable, and a wonderful group of people to work with. But the challenge was really difficult. So something when I was faced with that, and I was younger in my career at the time too, I took it on with a lot of burden that oh my gosh, this is my responsibility. I didn't learn at the time, which I think I would want to impart on people, is that when you have something so seemingly insurmountable, the burden is not solely on you. You share that burden with people and learn to do that early on, because when you learn to do that, you learn that there's so much more help than you think there is. And you learn to ask for help, and the kind of help that is actually meaningful, not just somebody listening to you while you cry and go, oh my God, what am I going to do with life? But meaningful, tactical, actual support. The other thing I think is just what is getting down to business, like solve those problems. I mean, you're talking about solving problems. This is my favorite part of the job. Working together with people and making a plan, and then when that plan comes through, oh, it's so satisfying. Like you're like, like this person contributed this idea, that person contributed this idea. It works beautifully, and then we just execute, and it's like, it's the best feeling. It's just high fives in my heart all the time.
I just want to add to that really quick. Fun project, and this is part of the hazing that my peers tried to do to me. But there is a process when credits are done at the end of video games where it's validating those names. And so I work in PlayStation Studios QA is the division that I'm in, and I handle all the operations globally for it. So about 5 disciplines that fall underneath my purview. So this was just like out of the blue. My peer was saying, Davina, I think that you could handle this validation process for the credits. You know, it's something that I don't think really fits under my organization. You know, I sat with him, I listened, I knew this was a hazing scenario, but I was gonna make lemonade out of lemons in this situation. So I took it on. I have a business systems analysis team that work underneath me, and they have developers that work with them. And really, I wanted to solve what is the true issue that we're having. And what we saw is that every studio was doing their own thing and coming up with how credits were collated, pulled together, and there was a very manual process. So I was like, okay, let's put a strategy on this. I got a champion from, I think it was XDev, one of the XDev producers. He was a champion. I said, I know that you tried to solve the credits collection and administration process. Tell me what your challenges were. He told me all about it. Then I did the same thing with every other studio, all across the globe. We created a work group. We then understood what their problem was. We mapped it out. So that's a current state of how they do things. Then we asked them, well, what do you like about the current state and what would you like to see in a future state? And we drafted a future state. And then we ended up creating a tool. And now all of PlayStation Studio, first-party titles, second-party titles, some third-party titles come through my team. They not only do the administration, but we developed the tool. It's called Kudos, and then we got a patent for it. So Sony patented it.
Let's go. Okay, one question, and then we're going to have one person answer on the panel. Who has the last question?
Hi, Savannah Davis, a freshman in Holy Names High School. My question is, in any time in your career, have you doubted yourself, and how have you overcame that doubt?
Every day, every minute, every problem. That is going to be consistent, right? There's so much pressure on everybody, and especially the people in this room. When you come from an underestimated community, you have to stack these bricks on your shoulders every single day. And it's, you know, how much money you have, how much respect you have, not having an ideal European body type, being neurodivergent, being in a disabled body. All of these things are going to create pressure to tell you that you aren't good enough, that you're not going to be able to deliver. So unlearning all of that takes a lot of time. So start now, everyone. You're going to have to get into a space where you can balance that with all the other doubts people will automatically have about you coming into the room. So the answer is everyone in that room, in most cases, is going to be doubting themselves. And that's totally okay. You don't have to have all the answers. You do not have to be perfect. When you come into a room and you say, I did not know that, or that was a much better recipe than the one that I had, you're going to gain a lot more trust. So there is no need to feel like a superhuman to do this. You're doing just fine.
Thank you all so much.
I was going to add something really quickly.
Millisecond, quickly.
Very quickly. The other thing I would add is, and definitely +1 to all of that, just also work, do stuff, like literally give yourself experience, because that experience is what grounds you in that sense of like, I know what I'm talking about. That's all.
You're good. Let's have a round of applause for our amazing panel. Thank you all so much for everything that you do. Thank you to BCGA for this, and I will hand it back over to Keisha.
Wanted to say, guess I'm about to go without a mic. Oh, there we go. Thank you, ladies. We selected this panel on purpose. Women Got Game is about women of color. When I grew up, in California, and surprisingly, when I went to Alabama and went in a magnet program, my best friends were Filipino. They were Native American, Choctaw Indian, and they were and Mexican, and we called ourselves the Brown Charlie Angels. So I'm telling my age, but you couldn't tell us anything. And we were all very unique, very different, but we appreciate each other's diversity, and more importantly, we loved each other because we didn't care what our skin color looked like, no matter what was going on, especially in a place like Alabama. And we all are doing very successful. We still stay in contact to this day, and it was a long time ago. So I'm saying that to say, stay in touch with the friends you have now, because you guys are going to do amazing things. And appreciate each other's differences and celebrate your diversity. And it matters no matter what anybody else tells you. Believe in yourself and create a support group, a network that will believe in you and support you and celebrate you for who you are.
Ethical nepotism.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and don't be afraid to ask, because a closed mouth will never get fed. Thank you, ladies. Phenomenal job. We thank you. We salute you. Now we're going to give away some prizes. So first, to the first lady who came and checked in today, being first always is amazing, and especially during Women's History Month. Another reason why I created Women Got Game. We celebrated in March to celebrate women. So if I could get Madison Holmes to come down and pick a prize. First person to check in. Also, for asking some amazing questions, Aaliyah Williams, Heidi, and Savannah, am I saying your names right? Savannah Davis. You ladies can come down and pick a prize. Thanks to Logitech for some amazing prizes. Are you Madison? So Logitech has some prizes back behind this table. We've got a keyboard. We've got a mouse. We've got a webcam. And we got headsets to help you continue your love of gaming. And where are my gamers? Anybody, where are my gamers? Let me hear my gamers.
Congratulations.
So ladies, pick a prize and come up front. Want to get a picture with you. We also want to get a picture with the panel. So the panelists come up front, take a panel. Moderator, great job. And don't worry, I haven't forgot my survey. The ladies that completed the surveys, thank you. We had, I think, 54 young ladies complete the survey. So thank you. Your information matters. We appreciate you. Shout out to Treyarch. I heard they're in the building. I would love to have, before we go into the lunch and networking portion, I would love to have the other women professionals that are in the room quickly introduce themselves. And if you're available to stay around for lunch, we'd love to have you talk to the amazing young women that are here. What high schools do I have in the building? Hello? Emory? Is it Emory High School? And is it Holy Cross? Okay, see? Oakland in the building. So thank you all. We appreciate you. My ladies, after our panelists finish their photo shoot, I'll bring up the first set of winners, and then I'm going to go ahead and ask my 3 survey winners to come down and select a prize. Compliments of Logitech. Our survey winner, actually 4 survey winners, so don't kill me on these names. Is it Fashiayo Alowe? Is it Nigerian? I can't pronounce it, but tell me how to pronounce it, please. Faye Shallow. Okay, Faye Shallow. And is it May Takeuchi? Takeuchi? I'm killing names. Don't kill me. Am I saying it right? Okay. Look, it works for the prize, right? Sierra Jones. I can say that one. And then Yolanda is a Pajarito. Yolanda. Pajarito. Ladies, please pick your prizes. Congratulations and thank you for being the first 4 to complete the surveys. And then come on, winners. First set of winners. Come up, let's get a photo. Logitech has been a huge supporter. They've got a lot of amazing women of color in leadership at Logitech. They hosted our last 3 Women Got Game events. They had a conflict today and weren't able to come, but they sent some amazing prizes. We like great gifts. And to our 3 survey winners, we can get a photo with you, pretty ladies. 4. Holy names. I'm talking about Holy Cross. And how many of you are familiar with Coots? Go get your phones back out. We got another game coming up with Coots. Going to find out your trivia about gaming. Once you complete that contest, we're going to give out some more prizes. Then we'll be ready for lunch and networking. But before we go into Cahoots, are there any other women of color professionals in the building that were not a part of the panel that'd like to quickly introduce themselves that may be available for lunch to network and interact with our young ladies? Anybody else? Is Angela up here from Treyarch? Would you mind introducing yourself? You want a mic? Anybody else? Okay, we'll start here.
Hello, my name is Kimberly James. I work with Electronic Arts. EA in the house, other EA. Happy to connect with you all. I'm the director of change management, so I work on the IT side. So not specifically creative and development, but help support those who do.
Yes. Anybody else? Okay. Oh my gosh, yes.
Don't react that way. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Naya Beck. Hang on, let me gather myself. I'm currently the founder of a startup called the Black Gaming Society. Our whole mission is to empower Black gamers. It's something that I started while I was an undergrad at UC Irvine. Now I'm currently a grad student at Cal State Long Beach, majoring in sports management. I play for their Overwatch team, so I earn scholarship money and have paid my whole way through education by playing games. So I would be happy to talk to any of you about how I've pretty much merged my journey in academics through my love of gaming. Like, if I wasn't here right now, I'd be playing Overwatch like crazy. So, you know, but yeah, I would love to chat with you about school or anything like that, and other professionals, the panelists. Please connect with me. Thank you.
And this amazing lady was my pilot instructor for Girls Got Game. So I want to make sure she's under 30, a lot younger than me. So I wanted to make sure young ladies like you see young ladies a lot closer in age to you and doing amazing things. And she got paid to be our instructor and did an amazing job in Los Angeles for us for 3 weeks. So please, there's all kinds of opportunities and ways to make money. Please don't forget to talk to her as well. Excuse me? Oh, okay. Thought you were ready for the mic.
Hi, Angela Scott. I am with Activision. I'm a senior. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Gameheads, we're based here in Oakland, but we are like nationwide. We are a tech training program for students ages like 14 to 24, but you guys can be a little older, it doesn't matter. But we keep students in our pipeline just to make sure that one, they get through high school, college, and eventually internship and into the industry. So we have a couple of students floating around outside as well, so you guys can run into them and talk to them. But yeah, we're always taking students, so if you guys are interested in game dev or in tech in general, hit us up.
And they're right here, right in Oakland, right? They're right over the bridge. And there's some more Gamehead ladies in the building. Wave, yes. Shout out to Gameheads, yes. And now we're going to do some amazing trivia. So everybody get your phones ready. We're going to do Kahoots. Yeah, so we just read the questions. Like 10 questions to come out. We're going to give awards out to the top 4 ladies. We love number 4. Maybe do 5 if it's a close one. So everybody get ready to scan the QR code. Love to have 100% participation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tosh Elzie. I usually put just the letter LZ, but it's spelled E-L-Z-I-E, so that can be a little bit weird. I am a Long Beach native, alumni for Loyola Marymount University, and my specialty right now is community and marketing for indie and startup games. So that is my passion. I love storytelling. I'm here because I'm representing Women in Games International. I am in the programs there, and Joni's my friend. Joni's the CEO. We are an international organization. We've brought 6 students here who would not have this opportunity otherwise to attend these conferences. A lot of times the barrier of entry for these spaces are so high and so overwhelming and we know that the difference in being in these spaces can make in someone's life. A lot of times you're not going to get a job just sending in applications from behind a computer. I just got a job that I applied for. Just got a rejection letter from a year ago. It was like, you are not CEO of Netflix. I was like, well, duh. Obviously. So I think it's important to meet each other. I'm happy to link with anyone in here that would love to connect. So you want to get started with this code? We're all winners. Oh, I also want to say I am the host of Cheat Codes, Women in Games International. So I'm always interested in connecting with people and talking about the games industry. It's not all about doom and gloom. It's always my mission to further the cause, because a lot of times what we do are so reactionary. And I want to change who is in the room. I want to change the stories we tell before we get there. For instance, AI isn't the problem. It's the data sets. So who's programming? What are we building these platforms off of? So that's always a question that I'm pushing and asking. And some people do believe that AI is a problem, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Maybe I did. That's your problem. All right, let's go. All right, Women Got Game quiz. What is the percentage of women in gaming? 75, 48, 36, or 28? What's the percentage? I feel like this answer is going to hurt my feelings. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. 48%. 48%. Okay. That didn't hurt my feelings. All right. Let's go, Bingy. Bingy? Yes. True or false? Games are beginning to create inclusive opportunities for women in esports. Yes. That's definitely an easy one. You got this. Wow. Who voted for? No, I don't mean to call you out. That's between you and the Lord. What was the percentage of women in games 10 years ago? I don't believe this picture. I don't believe it. I don't. It's not on. I'm just kidding. I don't know her. I don't know her. Oh. The answer is 35%. 35%. Oh, okay. Kat takes the lead. Good job, Kat. Who was the first female video game character to have her own game? Okay, you got to get this. Laura Croft, Miss Pac-Man, Chun-Li, or Samus Aran? You got to get this one. Okay. Mrs. Pac-Man, we know, Miss Pac-Man, we know that. I didn't mean to say Mrs. I just gave her like a marriage. What if she's not into that? She may, but what if they're like just siblings? We don't know. We've never asked. There has never been a female president of a major gaming company, true or false? Oh. I know what I feel. Well, it may not be accurate. False. Yeah, it's not. There's never been one. Nope, not yet. But there has. Oh, there has. Oh, okay. Oh, for Xbox. Oh, yeah, you're correct. Yeah. What was the first major game studio to have a female? Oh, did we just answer this? Oh. No one heard. Right, you were having a teaching moment. You were Sony. Wow. Right now? Who is that? That don't feel right. Is it? I thought it was Microsoft. All right, it's me. True or false? Women's History Month started as a single-day celebration in the United States. Oh, I do not know the answer to this question. True. Wow. March 8th is International Women's Day. That is correct. All right, Janae. Janae takes the lead. Which of these games already has a female esports league? I know my guess. All of them. So we're all right. We're all winners. Congratulations, everyone. Although I thought it was just Valorant, so I just want that's on me. Oh, Janae. Who was the first woman to run for U.S. president? The first woman was Shirley Chisholm. What? Oh, what? Okay. Well, so it's true or false? Was it Shirley Chisholm? I mean, it wasn't that lady. Who was that? Oh, the first, yeah. When was the Equal Pay Act? Oh, okay. Eliminating wage disparity. Oh. Yes, and that lady, we don't know who that was. 1963. The equal pay. All right, Kat. Third place. Second place, Aaliyah. First place is. It's me. It's not me. Who is it's me? Who's it's me? Nice. Congratulations. Delete.
Okay. So if the top 3 can come down, Dayton also tell me number 4 and 5. I want the top 3 to come down. Pick your prizes. It's me, Aaliyah, and I forgot the third name. And then Dana, let us know who's 4 and 5, please. Amazing job, Miss Host. Thank you. Shout out to our Kahoot hostess.
Thank you.
And apologies on the president question for women presidents. Come on, ladies. Come on, pick. Oh, somebody's got 2 prizes, Miss Holy Names. Yeah. You'll have a whole set in a minute. Dana, who's 4 and 5? Janae. Come on down.
I was rooting for you, Janae.
And 5? H.I. Who's I? Come on, Hi. Wait, ladies, I need a photo. Come up, get out a photo, please. All Kahoot winners, come back down for a quick photo. And then who's going to give directions for lunch? Is that you, Dana, or me? What are we doing about lunch? And networking. Bridget. Ladies, give yourselves a hand. Great job on the trivia.
All right, so we are going to get prepared for lunch. I'm going to just announce what we're having so that you can be ready to be able to select it. It's all, once we exit out of here, you're going to see it lined up, and we've got barbecue chicken, teriyaki chicken. These are meals with steamed veggies and macaroni and mac salad. We have baked fish with baked beans and macaroni salad. And then we also have veggie plates as well. Okay, and so you'll see it. It's going to be lined up. We'll help you select. And then we also have the utensils, and we've got water as well.
Who's first?
Okay, so how about who was first in today? Who was first in? Who won the prize? Who won the prize as the first student? Madison. Madison's with who? Holy Names. Okay, so we're going to have Holy Names stand up, and we're going to line you up right here. And then followed by Emory. We'll have you lined up, followed by them. Thanks.
So after you get your meals, you guys can go outside in the courtyard. There's seating in the amphitheater. You guys can sit out there and eat, get you some sunshine, fresh air. And some of the lady professionals can go outside. The game head women can go outside and network and talk to them about your roles and careers. Would be appreciated. Thank you.
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
If you're stressed about your paper, just get Grammarly. It's free.
I don't need better grammar. I need an A on this essay.
Grammarly can help with that. Just highlight your topic and it'll make an outline. Nice. Grammarly's AI helps you get unstuck, and it doesn't just write every
here's what you can expect to pay for your tax prep.
Wait, this is backwards. My last tax guy only ever told me the price.
Testing. Hey, we got sound. Fest! Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming to Blackfest and supporting indie devs, supporting folks that are in this industry and ready to make a change. We are up with our first panel. Can I get a what? There we go, there we go. I'd like to introduce Jabari, who's moderating this panel. Jabari is an indie dev. Jabari, I'm moving too fast, y'all. Jabari is also working at Hidden Genius Project. Jabari's been in this game for a while. And one of the reasons why I asked him to moderate this panel is because he's been a strong supporter of Black devs and youth getting into the industry. Can we give him a hand clap? So I'm honored to pass this mic to Jabari, who's going to lead us for the next half hour, okay? All right, take care.
What's up, y'all? Can we give a hand to Trinidad real quick? Yeah. Also, just shout out to Black in Gaming. You know, this is such a beautiful moment. I still remember all them years ago, came to GDC, and it was Black in Gaming that really just even gave me the courage as a whole adult, not being in games, to be like, oh yeah, I could do this too, right? So let's also just give a hand to Black in Gaming too. Yeah. All right. So what's up? Yeah, like Trinidad said, I'm Jabari Ali. I'm the Oakland director with the Hidden Genius Project. I'm also the founder of Plus Arcade. We curate social events for gamers and animation, as well as develop video games. And we're here with a very illustrious panel as well. So we're gonna jump right in. Again, we are here for the Indie Game 101 to just give y'all those tips and tricks for being an indie developer. Really strong panel here, love it. So I'm just gonna pass the mic and have y'all introduce yourselves. Why don't we start here? Ooh. Uh-oh. Sorry, we're gonna, there we go. We're gonna make it work.
Hey everyone, I'm Carla Reyes. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the founder and creative director of a small indie studio called Anima Interactive. We focus on socially conscious storytelling. We're currently developing a project called Take Us North, which is about the journey of migrants and asylum seekers on their way to cross the US-Mexico border. So a very heavy-hitting topic, but one that we're trying to capture sensitively and authentically. It's more important now than ever. But I don't want to hog the mic, so I'll pass it over.
All right. Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Glenn Henry. I'm face and fingers behind Sprite Studios, which is a micro studio based in Kingston, Jamaica. Very honored to be here. It's still sinking in. Pronouns are he, him. Yeah, we're working on Sunken Stones, which is a puzzle strategy pirate game about the poster over there. It's about pirate captains, cursed treasure, and crew, and want to focus on making games that make people think and feel. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Daniel from Heard It All Before. We are a card game that is working its way backwards into a game studio. Heard It All Before is all about music sample trivia and like creating gameplay that brings people together through that. So happy to be here, really excited to be here from Atlanta, Georgia.
And what's good, y'all? Call me Ace. I am he, I am him. And I am the founder and CEO of Five Mics, the hip-hop trading card game my team and I are building. Think Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, but with rappers instead of dragons. And yeah, it's a very fun thing that we could talk more about, but let's get into the questions instead.
Absolutely, give it up for Ace. Yeah, and just to kind of set the tempo, set the mood, feel free to clap often, right, and long for these lovely developers, right? Feel free to laugh, smile, all of that, right? Like this is joyous occasion, right? So let's just jump right into it. Y'all are developers, as we know, not easy, right? But also something that so many people are interested in, right? We've seen now more than ever, like games are just hella popular, but also the game industry and like working in the industry and like, yeah, I'm gonna be a dev, all of this and that, right? But things often look a lot different from the outside than in. right? So I want y'all to speak a little bit to some misconceptions that there might be in the game industry and to just kind of shed a little bit of light on that. And Ace, why don't we start with you and let's work our way down.
All right. I think one misconception is that the idea for the game that you had will be the idea or like the reality of the game when you launch. If you launch. We hope you launch. That's another thing. You assume you're going to launch. But yeah, just I knew that you would go through iterations. I went through tons of iterations. I had the idea for 5 Mics back in like 2016, 2017, back when I had a full-time job and you know, I was just a hip-hop artist doing shows and it didn't make sense to make a game, especially a trading card game, especially one, you know, that felt like comics and anime and stuff like that. But from 2016 up into the time that the company was created, went through tons of iterations, but then went through even more iterations when I started to play test with hundreds of people and they all had ideas and opinions and hey, this doesn't make sense and da-da-da-da. And you have to really let go of your own ideas of what you even thought it was gonna be when it was like, oh, I'm gonna show it to people, right? Like, okay, let's hack it up again. And then, you know, after a while, you just get so used to just like hacking it up, but it becomes a beautiful thing if you allow yourself to endure that process. But then, yeah, launching, that's a whole nother thing. Gotta launch it.
I think one of the things that I learned, the hardest lessons that I've learned is that people don't like to lose. When you mix music and games, you have like this double intensity of how people, everything is about identity anyway. Products are about identity. But when you mix music and games, now you're really in a territory where as a game creator, you're thinking you're excited for people to learn things. And in fact, they're having these painful user interactions because of how you design the game might not resonate with them or reinforce things that they think they know about themselves. And so I didn't come from a gaming background or training, so I didn't know about like, people just don't like to lose. Maybe it's more obvious for a lot of people, but it has had an impact.
All right, no, that's. I want to just build off of that one actually. Okay. Like one of the biggest misconceptions when I'm talking to anybody about video games is that people assume that there is a clear path in. That there's one way into video games. For myself, on the island, there's no course, there's no real industry to speak of. I kind of came into the industry like sideways. I did computer science and a business degree and then taught myself how to do it and then continued talking to people and then some way, somehow I'm making video games. Like I almost did it out of spite, right? Right? So recognizing that, you know, you too can make it, you too can find your own path and carve your own niche. Like that's the very biggest misconception I would say. Like first, like you can do it. It doesn't have to be one way.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that being an indie dev gives you all of this autonomy and agency, and being your own boss means you're completely free. But there are like inevitably external forces, the powers that be, whether it's publishers or investors, because you need to find finances to survive, or any other barriers that might come up. And so that's something that I've certainly encountered along the journey. Yeah, there are so many more, but yeah, I think we'll start there.
Okay, dope. And also too, like as we're going through this, if y'all feel like really inspired, and you need to like hog the mic just even for a second, because you're like, yo, about this and something sparked. I'm like, yeah, you can go ahead and don't worry. Like, you know, we ain't here, we all family in here. If you go too long and you ain't talking about nothing, don't worry. We going. So just feel, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's cool. Don't be afraid to do that. But yeah, okay. So yeah, there's hella stuff that like you just don't know until you know, right? Which brings us into the next piece, right? Okay, how do you know, right? How do you actually level up? How do you learn, right? And so I want y'all to speak to it, and we'll just do this like a free-for-all, anybody who wants to grab it. What are some of the skills that you need, right? I know, and y'all all come from different backgrounds, which is so interesting, right? But there's a certain common thread of skills you need, but then we also have a team, right? That eventually you want to have and things like this. But what are some of the skills that you need? And then also, like, how do you go about developing and learning those skills and just leveling up?
Can I start?
Yeah,
this
just
time?
jump in there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Shamelessness, I think. There's a lot of like cold contacting that you have to do if you're starting and building from scratch, whether it's for community building, assembling your own team. Like in my case, I'm a solo founder, so I literally started with just myself and trying to figure out, well, what am I going to do? What am I going to build? Whom am I going to build it with? Who's going to support me? And so just knowing that you can rely on other people, and we're all, supporting each other. Not that it's like a quid pro quo transactional thing, but we all have to empower and uplift each other, and that's part of my goal with the collaborators. So in our studio's case, we're collaborating with a lot of developers in developing countries like Latin America and Middle East, and one of the things that I want to do is try to empower them so that they can learn, pair them with mentors. Mentorship and training is super important, but then you need to have a mentor as well. Like, taking care of others, but also taking care of yourself is very important. So that's a skill. And having accountability structures, we were talking about that earlier. So making sure that you can externalize the work that you're doing, getting that feedback and iterating, because you can get stuck in this, internal development hell, and that's one approach to creative development. But I think with game dev, you can spend so many years on a thing, and then it might not, come to fruition in the way, right? Ace was talking about that earlier. So just being able to externalize and get support and elicit that feedback.
Yeah. We can make noise. Yeah.
No, like all of that is like vital, and I feel kind of like my suggestion is probably going to come in a little bit less, and it's going to be a little bit meta, but it's communication, and I don't necessarily just mean like eloquence, meaning being able to pass on an idea from your brain to another person, and that comes across in so many ways, and it's so very important. It's pitching an idea to potential investors. It's pitching an idea or getting buy-in from a team. It's showcasing rules to players and getting them to understand, like, this is what you need to do so you don't lose, right? Getting very, very good and thinking very deep about what you're doing there, what your messaging is, and how you're passing that on. I think that is like vital. Like before design, before anything else, like that is what you probably need to like sharpen the most.
Yeah.
I would say also curiosity. I think when you're working on a project and you're in this constant state of getting feedback, which can sometimes feel like failure, and your ego is too attached to it, there's an importance of detachment. And so always finding your way back to being curious and realizing that curiosity is a skill set, I think that's super important.
No, I definitely agree with everything that y'all said. What I've been noodling on is just kind of similar to curiosity, is just the willingness to learn, right? You asked, like, how do you level up? Like, knowing that you have to level up, and being not just like, oh man, I got to do this, but like, man, I want to do this. I want to level up, right? Like that's an attitude, that's a disposition, right? And so from any and everybody, you level up. And so having really awesome advisors that are around you that can, they've lived a certain experience, a certain life, they've achieved certain things that, those gems you can just absorb like crazy. The people that you surround yourself around when you're working, like Jabari, me and him, we worked on like one of the early iterations of 5 Mics, and he was teaching me everything about UI, UX. I'm not from the game dev, like I'm a rapper. I worked at Google, whatever. But like this whole thing, it was really just like, hey man, like I have a cool idea. Other people think it's cool. Let's see what this could be, right? And so it's really starting from ground zero. Like everything that 5 Mics is the accumulation of knowledge that I've gleaned from people that I've worked with and people that, right? And so Jabari's like, oh man, you need this, you need that, I'm like, all right, bet, let's do it. Like this is knowledge, right? Like Clay, who's in the crowd, right? Like we've been working together on the sound design for 5 Mics. He taught me about Fmod and Unity. I'm like, bro, how do you use this thing? And he's like, showing me this. I'm like, this is incredible. This is dope. Oh, we could do it, right? Like, but you have to want that, right? And so being willing to be the person that doesn't know the thing, because you have to start there in order to eventually know the thing. And so that's really important. And then also, I would say the last thing is, especially if you're like, you know, the founder, the leader, the creator, whatever, right? Like, it's okay to let it go and have other people do the thing, right? You don't have to do everything just because it's your baby and da-da-da. It's like there might be someone that has the skill that you do not have the level up ability to do, that also has that same dream and vision as you, but can take it a whole step further, right? So I think of Kayla, who's also in the crowd, right? Is also on our team, and like she's a design wizard. Like, yeah, I know how to use Photoshop. She like made Photoshop. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way that she plays with it is just different, right? And so it's like there's just certain things where it's like, if I was in a position where it's like I wanted to do all that, one, like we're not growing. Two, there's so many cool things that she's done that we just wouldn't have had as a team, as a company, right? As a game, and that would have hurt everybody at the end of the day, right? And so just knowing when to let it go, how to like be like, yo, I trust you, like you got this, like do it, da da da. It's not a shame to you as the founder, right? That you're not doing everything. If anything, it helps you and the team all scale and level up together. And so that's what I would say to that.
That's dope. Yeah. I think that's a good one. Man, whew, wealth of knowledge. Love it. And so y'all really helping us lean into the next piece, right? Because obviously you got to learn, you got to get better. But then sometimes, you know, you hit some bumps in the road, right? It happens, right? Especially with Devin. So, right, I know. That's a real kind way of saying it.
These are bumps.
You know what I'm saying?
You find yourself crying in a corner one day, the second day, the fourth day, because the third day you found a little thing that made you feel happy, but the fourth day you're back where you was on the second day.
Exactly, you know, and so you really got to have like your low-key, like, you know, Rocky moment, Creed moment. So it's just like, okay, so the question really is, how do you handle that, right? Because, you know, things are gonna go wrong. Nobody's perfect, right, forever, right? And so how do you handle these setbacks? Everything from as small as like a bug to, you know, maybe somebody getting paid and doesn't deliver the way you thought they was gonna deliver, or, you know, legal issues, or, you know what I mean? I know there's so many things that could potentially happen.
This is like hurting my feelings as he's
You know,
talking.
no, it's okay, 'cause it be like that, right? So, yeah. So how do you handle setbacks? And if you could even, you know, to your level of comfort, start to dig in there, right? And so we can have those honest conversations of like things that might happen, could happen, and how do you handle them? Okay, you feel like you really...
No, the answer is just no.
Because he really got something to say.
No, the answer is therapy. Like just straight up, it's therapy. No, for real, it's like self-awareness. Like for me personally, I had to do a lot of soul searching to kind of figure out like why I want to make games. Like why is making games important to me? What parts of it are fulfilling? Because there are parts that will drive you crazy. You will feel that like you're working with like a collaborator and you're just not meshing, and you're like, okay, maybe I do just suck, right? Maybe I'm the problem, and you have to have the knowledge, like to kind of take a step back, peel back the layers, and say, okay, this is where I'm at authentically. This is what I'm about, and this is why I want to continue doing what I want to do. Because you're going to run up into so many issues. You're going to run up in bad teammates. You're going to run up in lack of funding. You're going to run up in, like, just straight up lack of skill. Like you mentioned, like, knowing when to level up. Sometimes you know when to level up. You're looking at it, but it's like a 90-degree wall, right? And you're like, and you have to kind of take a step back and say, okay, maybe, like, my dream game or the idea that I have right now, I can't do. What can I do then? What are the constraints and stuff like that? And kind of operate from a place like that. Personally, I feel most fulfilled just making games. Like that's like the core nugget. If I wasn't paid for it, if I was just left alone in a room, I would just make games. But the fact that I know that about myself allows me to kind of just roll that particular piece of art. They don't like that gameplay. All right, cool. I'm still going to make games, so I can take that idea. I can't, like, for me, it's like the idea of like quitting is not really there, but I know that about myself. So I can roll with that feedback and can take it and look at it from a different perspective. So that I feel like is like a superpower that a lot of people like don't consider. Yeah.
Glenn, have you ever flirted with the idea of quitting?
Like that one's cool too, cause like it was like 2020. I was asking my friends like, should I do this? Like, should I still do this? Like, cause I've been doing this for like, my first project was released in like 2013 on Steam, like Greenlight days, and none of them like were like sustainable by themselves, but you can flip that into more work, right? But I just felt compelled to keep doing it, and then 2020 rolled around, COVID happened, but somehow my circle grew, and like I started networking with more people, and making friends, Chase, and I'm now here, right? I did not think this in 2015. I'm from the island, like there was no clear path in, so it really did feel like a cliff. So yeah, I'm only here because of that.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. And like, to the point about like, yo, what can I do? Like if something crazy happens, like, the person that you were working with just bails on your company and takes like information that you don't have anymore, stuff like that. If the big bug in your game has completely destroyed your game, you have to start from scratch, and the investor that you were about to put the whole house on just like backs out. All three have happened to me, by the way, right? Like all those things, right? Like if you have an emotional response to it, that's okay. You're a human being. But then to your question, right? Like, well, what can I do from here? And in those moments where you're like, okay, like life is over and da-da-da-da, it's like, all right, but is it though? Like having people around you that can help you see like if it's over or not. Like my wife will be the first person to tell me it's over. Like you gotta do something, you know what I mean? Right? Like it's time, versus like, okay, well, you can do this, or this is working, or that's over here, or whatever, right? Like sometimes the market, your community, right? Like the situation where it's like, all right, our digital version of the game just got like postponed, like borderline indefinitely. Around that same time, we were hearing real feedback from players like, yo, if you had this available physically, I would buy all of these right now and play in the Airbnb with my friends. You hear that, you're like, okay, wait a minute now. Right? Like that becomes an opportunity. If you're so focused on like, oh, but like I was for the digital, like you miss out on that, right? So now it's like, all right, bet. Now we just look like we're a physical game. The digital's still being cooked in the back, but right, like you just move with the opportunity that's in front of you, and that helps you persevere. And it's really about perseverance, yo. Like this ain't easy at all. So just if you can find those like bits of things, and sometimes it's just like in that moment, like what can I do to get to the next moment, then that's what you do. And if you need a side hustle, if you need a job, if you need to pretend to be an employee, like do that. You know what I mean? Like while you're building your thing, like that is okay. That's not quitting on your dream or anything like that. That is you surviving, and survival is the name of the game. So long as the idea exists, if you are doing something with it, then it exists. If you're not doing anything, if you're just thinking, I got a big idea, like everybody got ideas, but it's the actions that make the idea, that literally make the idea. So long as you are making the idea by doing something, that's better than doing nothing.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I want to echo that and just add on to it in that, like, it's important to set like smaller milestone goals for yourself so that you have some wins along the way, right? Because if you have your long-term vision, of course, but that really just keeps you going, and it's like the little breadcrumbs that will feed you throughout. But also, obviously, a common through line, but I cannot emphasize enough the power of community and knowing that you're not alone and you are not the first person to be going through this. And I already feel so seen and heard just being in this space with everybody, so thank you. But really, if you're going through it, reach out to anyone else that's been through it too. Like, celebrate together, commiserate together. You will cry, you will laugh. Like, I'm collaborating with a lot of indie devs. I'm learning from them, and even though we're all like operating autonomously in our own ways, like the power of the collective is truly electrifying.
I would just also add to be aware of the time that you're living in. So this is a second venture of mine. I do multiple things, but in a previous lifetime, I spent a lot of time teaching entrepreneurship to prison inmates when it wasn't cool yet. And so what I learned the most from that time in my career is that there is like this broader world around us that shapes what we think it means to be a founder or to be a creator or to be an entrepreneur. And so you look at where we are here today, 2025, you have to step back and make sure that you're not aligning who you think you need to be as a founder with yesteryear. So for an example would be, if we're in 2025, 2013, 2012 is when there's like this classic version of a founder who doesn't go to sleep, has a water bottle, drinks Soylent, always ready for like their investor meetings. And every piece of media that you see about them is about the fundraising that they've done, but not the customers that they've accumulated. The money that drove the funding for those ventures come from a different era of macro finance. We don't live in that anymore. And so just being very careful and aware of who you think you're cultivating as yourself, because there's a macro environment that might be sending you signals that are from the old, and who you are that God made you is probably just fine for where you're living and how you're operating today. So folks being worried about like fundraising rounds and communicating with mentors and advisors who don't understand maybe a game space, but they gave you a check. You have to kind of think about that macro space that you're in, because those decisions of who you listen to and the content you consume and who you think you are is just as important as when you're looking for like your teammates and your devs and your collaborators. So some stuff we think we're failing at, it's just us up against what we're reading in the wrong magazine. So I just wanted to add that.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, that's so real, and I love that we're even coming back to this, just really being conscious of the money, right? Because let's be honest, games take money to make. We also need money just to eat, sleep, even take that vacation, mental health, all of that, right? So let's talk about that, right? We've talked about how it's hard, it's fun, we love it, we need to learn. How do y'all handle the money, right? How do you get the funding? How do you manage the money when you get it? Are you just paying your bills? Are you contracting folks? Do you have employees, right? Are you doing crowdfunding, right? And to the level of y'all's comfort, I know we started to talk about money and things get a little sensitive, but like, how do y'all go about it? Do you have like another job or whatever that's paying the bills, or how do you go about those things to the level of y'all's comfort? And Kristen, you want to kick us off?
I'm probably the only one here who identifies as a multi-hyphenate. So I won't ever work on one thing. I learned that about myself, and that way when I'm creating things, people get the best out of that creation. Outside of my work on the game, I'm a product and design strategist, and the energy industry is one of the industries that I'm working in right now. I've worked with other entrepreneurs to do like coaching and consulting. I love business model design and business model innovation. Probably never gonna put that down.
So everybody needs to come to you.
No,
right now.
absolutely not. I'm here to learn. I'm just here because Ace got me here, to be honest with you. So I'm here to learn as much as I can from the game space. And just a lot of cool people here. I'm sharing that because I'm anti investment at the wrong time. We are a Walmart supplier. We got in Walmart super early and super premature. If I had went and raised on, hey, we're a Walmart supplier, we'd be in a really bad place now, because that's not our highest selling channel for our product. or I would have prematurely raised to live off of the investment money and not had opportunity to experiment with gameplay, game modality, thinking about where we want to be in different parts of the gaming ecosystem. So that's not to say that I think having a studio and running a studio, you need that full-time energy, but I just think you need to do it at the right time. And so for me, I don't see anything as a day job. Some of my coworkers ask, could they stream this? My answer is find where your purpose and your talent fits in ways that is going to cover whatever the resources are that you need. And don't worry about what other people say, whether that is you raising money or you taking out a loan or you working on multiple projects. That's where I stand on that.
Well, I'm ready for your TED Talk when I drop. Find where your purpose and talent fits. Got it, for sure.
Just building off of that one. So for me, I have been working in games in some form or fashion I do the math and I cringe a bit every time. Like I said, 2013 was the first commercial release game. Self-taught, did not do gangbusters. But what I found is over the period of time working on games, I now have a portfolio. I can now go to other clients and say, hey, I made a game, or hey, I did project management. And I can use those skills to get contract work. And that was on the side, while you say you don't want to use a day job, but I did have a day job as a project manager. And I found like the shape of my career kind of was dovetailing towards my passion. And then eventually, I was able to go full time. So I'm now a contractor. I consult doing project management. That keeps things afloat, but I can do studio projects. And I am being strategic on like when those projects get rolled out so that there can be revenue for that. But it's all about, being clever, looking at your strengths. Like we mentioned, like the walls, like looking at what you can do and navigating that space, right? Success generally does not look like what you imagine it initially to be, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, client work, contract work, consulting, this is very prevalent among indie devs that I've spoken with. In our case, we did a work for hire project first, and then I kind of Robin Hooded the money from that to start the original project. I think that, despite the games industry being on fire right now, it's still the largest entertainment medium in the world. It's still the most lucrative, the largest market size, the largest audience, right? Larger than film, TV, and music combined. So there's a lot of opportunity, there's a lot of interest, and also exploring alternative sources and avenues for funding outside of traditional games, right? And traditional games publishers and investors. So in our case, because we have more focus on kind of social impact, we're looking to nonprofits and different foundations, but anybody can, especially in this space, right? As underrepresented game developers, there are a lot of people. Although I know right now with what's happening in the world, it's kind of crazy and funding is constrained. There are still finances out there. And I think also there are a lot of people from the broader entertainment space, for example, like film and TV, that are very interested in games and starting to invest in games. So think outside the box a little bit, I would say, when it comes to seeking investors.
Yeah, and then for me, my story, so I started out, like, while I was thinking about 5 Mics, I also had a full-time job, and a lot of my own money was used to get this off the ground, right? We got into an accelerator. Warner Music was an early investor. Concord was an early investor, so they gave us some money, not crazy amounts of money, but enough money to like get us started, right? So it was a combination of my money, accelerator funds, and then it was just like, hey, we gotta do what we can with what we have, right? There was a lot of that. We've had part-time employees, contractors, volunteers, interns. Honestly, like, once we shifted to physical, which is wild, like, I don't know what I thought about video games that I thought that was gonna make money fast. Because when I thought about it, it was like, well, you need like X amount of people, but 98% of people that play free-to-play games don't spend money, so then you would need a whole bunch of ads. So like really thinking about that business model that I was like pitching to all these investors, like, yeah, this is gonna be the thing. It was like, well, like we could just sell a deck to a person that really wants to play the game and a deck to another person that really wants to play the game. They're playing the game right now, real time, having a blast, and we just made money off of selling the decks. And so like actually making money off the game happened when we went to the community instead of trying to pitch investors to like get more money to build this imaginary thing. It's like, oh, well, now it's not imaginary, now it's happening, and now like they're telling their friends, right? So like that's actually been where we've been getting more of our income as well. And now we're just really leaning into that and just being like, okay, well, let's do a equity crowdfunding campaign. So that's something that we're working on right now. We got into one of those ones we applied to, we got in, signed the agreement. We just have to do like the whole Reg CF thing, whatever. But really what it's gonna allow us to do is allow for our community to invest in us. So instead of like doing a Kickstarter where it's like, hey, you're investing in the product and you play the product, it's like, no, you can own a percent of 5 Mics, the company itself, right? So instead of you just being a player, you can be an owner. Which, you know, honestly, we're building a hip hop trading card game, and just the industry that we're building for, right? Like, I mean, we're so used to seeing, you know, our content be created and consumed, but nobody has actually any like stake, the ones that are doing the creation, right? And so it like has even a deeper purpose to it, where it's not just, oh, hey, let's like raise money. It's like, no, hey, like if it wasn't for y'all playing the game, like we would not even be existing right now. So like this is your company just as much as it is ours. So, you know, let's rise together. And so to your point about alternative funding, it's like, hey, that's by virtue of the times that we're in and like the no's that were closed, it actually created a doper yes. So that's where we're at with it.
That's dope. That's dope. Okay, I'm loving it. I know we're getting close on time. So this is gonna be our final question for y'all. And Carl, I want to start with you. Let's just talk about barriers for the industry, right? Like, what, you know, and we already talked a little bit about like underrepresented developers. I mean, we know what's going on in the industry, and I want to at least spend a little bit of time speaking to it, right? What are some of the barriers that we have, and not just getting into the industry, right, but actually having sustainability, right, and actually having growth, right? So why don't you talk a little bit about that and your own experience?
Sure. So yeah, I already said the industry's kind of on fire, we know. But I think that, you know, chaos is a ladder, as they say, which means that it's really like an opportune time to try to think about how we, especially as indies, can try to set the stage and foundation for whatever the new wave or next wave of game development is going to be. Like, we need to constantly ask the questions, have the hard conversations about what are the sustainable practices that we can start to put in place, and what did we learn from, you know, everything that failed, essentially, right? And what can we do now? I think it's really critical. It's not just indies, right? It's AAA, it's AA. There's a lot of I think navigation from what I've observed so far right now, right? People are trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Everything is changing, triple I, double A. I don't know, you know, like nobody really knows what any of it is, I think. But yeah, I think like having conversations like these, but then being able to implement some of the practices. So maybe having a brain trust, right? Maybe this exists. I don't know if any of you are part of that, but this is a great space to start thinking about it and having these conversations. Does that answer your question? Because I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
no, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely digging into it. And again, you know, just for everybody, it's just like, yeah, let's just have that conversation about, you know, the barriers for the industry, right? Because I know there's just so many aspiring developers, and I use developer as kind of a catch-all term, right? So you could be an artist, you know what I mean? You could be a coder. There's so many things. You could be a designer. There's so many things, but it's like, there's a lot of eagerness to get into the industry, right? But we're noticing that it's not only is it hard to get into the industry, but it's hard to stay in the industry. It's hard to grow in the industry. And so just wanted to open the floor for y'all to speak a little bit about your own experiences.
How do I put down barriers? So funding is obviously the biggest barrier, like money. A lot of people have to basically bootstrap their own projects, their own careers, and not everybody has the opportunity around that, right? Truthfully, I think the future of the industry is going to look a lot different than how things are now. I think indie teams people have been chiming, like saying indie is the future, but they're kind of using it in a very trite phrase. They're still thinking of established current models of like consumption. They're thinking of the next Balatro, right? Where I think indies and games in general are going to go. This is actually probably broader. So it's like every creative business is going to be more focused on community, like micro communities. They're going to be focused on delivering to these tiny niches. So you're not going to have like the age of like big consumer consumption. I think that's dead. All right. So the barrier now to that is, how do you, as a creative, as an indie developer, create a community of people who are interested in what you're doing? Like that is kind of what I think is the main challenge. And social media isn't what it used to be. You know, getting your word out there is harder. It's more expensive. Ads don't really work anymore. So it's hard. You're gonna have to kind of just try a lot of things, be on all the platforms, try streaming, do YouTube, but you're gonna have to be flexible to kind of navigate it. You're going to have to be very okay with being ignored, and there's no real solution. It's just kind of trying things, kind of persevering. To Ace's point earlier, that's the only way forward, in my opinion.
It's good. One barrier that I was thinking about is the amount of I've been in investor conversations where they don't know how to pronounce Nas or Jay-Z, you know. Dead serious. Nas and Jazz, I swear. No. And I'm trying to explain to them this hip hop trading card game that they're like, I don't see it. I don't see it, you know? And when I thought that they were in between what I needed to get the thing done, that was like the barrier. How do I prove that this is the thing and da-da-da-da, and I turned these investors into my customers, right? What's funny about money is that when people, you know, if you hit the lotto, right? You just got money out of nowhere. You don't got no plans or nothing to do with that money. That money, you might as well not have that money, right? You might as well not have that money. You might be in a worse situation because you spent the money and you back where you was. You was like, dang, but I had all that money. Like, so the money don't actually change the situation, right? We imagine like, oh man, if I had the money, I could do this and that. Oh, my game would be pristine and da-da-da-da. But like, if we're in the games industry, right? Like, we're building something that's supposed to be fun. If the game's not fun, none of it matters. The money don't matter. You can pump as much money into a trash game as you want. If it's trash, if the people think it's trash, it is trash, no matter how much money you spent on it, right? And so, you know, my team and I, we talk about it all the time because we've been in a situation where we've had to be a little scrappy and a little, you know, we have a dream of what we want the game to look like, but be in a situation where it's like, look, if the game is fun, and we have people that have told us this time and time again, it's been documented, right? Like testimony, all this stuff, like we know the game's fun. When you have a game that's fun, people will play a game that's fun on pieces of index cards, right? Like you'll see like a version 1 like hacky game on some WebGL and people are losing their minds over it because the game is fun, right? And so when you realize like what is it that you're trying to do and who are you doing it for, that removes that has for me removed so many of the barriers for us as a team to be like, okay, here's where we're going to focus. Because the issue with barriers is that you focus so much on trying to remove it, but when you realize it's not even a barrier at all of that energy that you spent to try to remove that thing can now be repurposed in stuff that actually matters. And so who are you building this game for, right? I went to business school, right? Who's your target audience? Da-da-da-da-da, like all that stuff, right? But at the end of the day, like what are you building? Is it fun? Do people think it's fun? If so, lean in there, multiply. 1 + 1 = 2, then 2 + 2 = 4. That's it. Start grassroots level. That's what, right? Because like, yes, it's a hip hop trading card game, but we're not building this off of, you know, name famous rapper here person, right? Like it's not Konami, da-da-da-da. This is just people like the game, right? And so if that's where you have to start, honestly, that's the best place to start.
All right, dope. Okay, so let's give it up one more time for the amazing panel right here, for sure. Love it. Man, I wish we could even keep the conversation going, but we can't because we got a full day here at Blackfest. It's amazing. One more time, let's give it up for Black in Gaming. Yes, absolutely. And then, panel, can you really quickly reintroduce yourself so everybody knows you, and then let them know where they can find you, maybe plug your IG or your website or something like that.
Yeah, name's Carla Reyes, pronouns she, her. I'm on Blue Sky, LinkedIn. I guess the handle is @kreyes121 for Blue Sky, I think. But I have like QR codes and stuff. If find me afterwards if you want to connect.
All right, like I said at the top, my name is Glenn Henry, pronouns he, him, face and fingers behind Sprite Wrench Studios. You can find me on pretty much everything. As I said, try all the platforms if you can. Sprite Wrench. So I'm mostly active on Blue Sky though, so hit me up there. Yeah.
I'm Kristen Daniel, pronouns she, her. I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn. It's probably the best place, and you can get everywhere else. But Kristen Daniel, I do not have an S on my last name.
And Ace Patterson, call me Ace. He, him, call me Ace legit on all the things. And then 5 Mics. You type in 5 Mics, the hip hop card game, we should pop up. And then also my team and I, Kayla, Clay, and I, we're in the what is that room called? Like this
Critter Con.
No, it's just Critter City.
Yep.
We're in Critter City. We got game decks. If you want to come test out the game and play, we'll be there in the Critter room. That's a great name.
Oh man, yeah, that's what's up. And also too, like we're all hanging out, so feel free to approach the devs, continue the conversation, ask questions, build community, and all of that after that. But this is gonna wrap up our indie game panel. Let's give it up one final time for our panelists.
And for Jabari for moderating. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm so glad to be here and so glad to be in community and so glad to share space with you all. We have our next panel, the present, the paths, and the pitch. This is the brainchild of our queen, Shanae Bryant, and so we're so glad to be here to celebrate this. A round of applause. I adore this human. I'll go ahead and get started because we are pretty tight for time. We want to stop on time. We don't want to feed into. We'll stop at 3 o'clock. Okay. So I want you all to briefly introduce yourselves, and then we will get into it. Okay. Just kind of two-liner. Just let us know who you are, and also if you could let us know like your years in the industry, because I think there is a breadth and depth of knowledge on this stage right here. So let us know how long you've been in the game, please. Richard, you want to start?
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm Richard Duck. I've been in this industry for, like, I think 15 to 17 years now. Quick things about me, I love retro games, ask me about old games, I could talk about them for way too long. Also working on driving, so like, hey, if you ever want to talk about how to drive on track, that's been my new thing lately. So besides games, that's kind of my thing. And just trying to connect with people, so love to see everybody here.
Hey folks, are you guys awake, by the way? All right, I want to I know it's after lunch, so I want to make sure that people are interacting with us here while we're talking today. So hey folks, my name is Shanae Bryant. My pronouns are she and her. I'm an executive producer with Oculus Publishing. I've been with Meta for 4 years. I've been in the game industry for 23 years-ish. So I'm ex-Capcom, ex-Meta, sorry, not ex-Meta, oh my God, sorry, ex-Capcom,
You know something I don't?
ex-Microsoft, sorry, all these M companies, ex-Microsoft, ex-Midway, ex-Take-Two. I've been in a lot of different places in the game industry and stuff like that too. Started off, got a background in computer science, background in UI, UX, engineering, games, art, that kind of stuff. Aside from that, I do a lot of work with diversity, equity, inclusion. I like to work. I'm one of the co-leads with Richard Duck on our Black at RL group internally. I'm also one of the co-leads for Women at Metaverse. And just I'm really happy to be here. I love speaking of this stuff. I love Kishana. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Travis Williams. This is year 36 for me in the industry.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Watch your hip.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, for real. So I started in the industry as a tabletop RPG designer. So I helped create games like Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse, and Mage the Ascension. That was in the early 90s, late 80s. Then ever since then, I've been in games. So I've been at companies like GameTech, Acclaim Entertainment, Interplay. I was the first Warner Brothers games employee. I went from Warner Brothers, did a lot of MMOs, eventually ended up at PlayStation for 6 years. Went from there to Capcom, where Shanae and I met. Then went to Magic Leap, where I started working in VR and MR. I left Magic Leap and became the vice president of digital gaming at Lightstorm Entertainment, which is James Cameron's film production company. So I worked on, Alita, Titanic, and the new Avatar films, and then went from there to Meta, again with Shanae, where just under 4 years there, and I am the head of production for Oculus Publishing.
Let's go. Round of applause for that. Absolutely. And we'll get right into it. So you all are here to get into the thick of it, around a pitch. And so, I'll let y'all know who I am. I'm so sorry. Kishana Gray, professor, School of Information, University of Michigan. So I try to always make connections with industry folks to support students. And so I love the folks who love to make connections with me, building those bridges between industry and academia. And so thank you for always letting me be a part of all this amazingness. So we're going to get into it. The pitch. First off, what is it? Especially because we have, some generations here. Some folks may not get what that is. So if somebody can kind of speak to what the pitch is and why it's so important right now. Can y'all get into it a little bit?
Do you guys know what we're talking about? We're talking about pitching, by the way. Has anyone ever pitched a game before? Raise your hand. Has anyone gotten a game signed before? All right. Anyone looking to pitch sometime in the next 3 years, let's say? Okay. All right, I knew you're in the right place because we all work at a publisher. We also all work at a platform. It's like that as well.
And we get pitched every week.
Explain what those things
I took
mean.
2 pitches at Yerba Buena just earlier today. So when we talk about pitching, like there's the stereotypical thing, right? People think about the elevator pitch. Like if you wind up in an elevator with James Cameron, you got a movie idea, you got 20 floors or less to be able to tell him your movie idea, right? Like, so what do you say? And it can't be like, hey, you're really cool, James, and I really want to talk to you, and I got this great idea, and I'm such a creative individual, and I got so many good ideas, and if we could just grab some time, like, ding. He is running out the elevator as fast as he can, right? So when we talk about the pitch, it's really talking about how do you sell your thing? How do you talk about your creative thing? The pitch itself, it's a forcing function that teaches you how to speak succinctly, that teaches you how to speak precisely, and teaches you how to sell your product. And when I say sell your product, like games are commercial things, right? So if you're pitching to one of us, it's because you're probably asking us for something, right? That's one of the most common things that I think that we get left out of pitches is they'll tell us their cool thing. I'm like, I'm in, I'm really interested. What do you got? And they're like, cool, so that's the end. And I'm like, okay, what do you need? Like, oh, well, we figured we just wanted to tell you about this cool thing we had. I'm like, all right. That's excellent. I've got lunch. I'll see you guys later, right? I'm like,
I was gonna say, we're talking at the same time. I was gonna say sometimes the pitch looks like just a cereal box, but then there's nothing in it when you open it. That's something you want to think about, right? A lot of things, cereal boxes are a great way to describe a lot of what we do when we get a pitch, right? Oh, cool, you got the cool art. Oh, do you even have a box? Do you have anything in there? What's the cereal taste like? Things like that, right? You can really quickly describe your favorite cereal if I ask y'all to. You should be able to get to the point where you can do something like that. And that's how I say, I look at a pitch like that personally.
Sometimes pitches are the worst. I was at Acclaim Entertainment, and this was in the late 90s. And I had a famous game designer come into my office and say, I want to build this first-person shooter. And it's going to cost $5 million. And I said, wow, that's a lot of money. Can you show me your design? And he says, well, I don't have it. And I told John Romero, I don't have time for that. Right? Don't do that, okay? I was busy trying to submit a game to Nintendo.
Your favorite?
Yes, my favorite. And it's not, by the way. And Philip Michael Thomas told me that he wanted to educate and entertain at the same time, so he was coming up with this new concept called edutainment. And I also told him, I don't have time for that. Listen, when you're pitching people, understand that their time is valuable. And have something unique to say. Please. Because when I tell you that we've heard it all, we've heard it all. And I like to tell people sometimes, start with 2 things. Your look and your hook. Are you doing something visually that is distinctive? If so, show me what that is. And what is it about your game that I can get nowhere else? That's the hook. And if you don't have either one of those things, you will not get one wooden nickel.
You might get a wooden one, but it don't spend nowhere. Whenever I take a pitch, I always ask 2 questions. Also, I like that look in the hook right there. I always ask 2 questions. I say, should this game exist, and can this team make this game exist? Because it doesn't matter if it's the greatest game in the world. If I don't believe the people who are talking to me right now can actually do it, then it doesn't matter. Our conversation's over. Like when I talked about games being commercial things, right? I know that, don't get me wrong, we're all in games because we love making games. We are creative nerds. You wouldn't understand the conversations we've had about Black with Wukong and just geeking out whenever we get the chance. We're in the creative industry because we enjoy creativity. But games specifically are a commercial aspect of it, at least our area of games, right? So you have to sell your product. You have to sell the game you want to make, but you also have to sell your team. And you have to prove to us, reduce the risk. Because this is all about risk assessment. It's all about understanding, okay, do I want to take a chance on these guys? And if I take a chance on these guys, that means I can't take a chance on that person, or that person afterwards. So where do I want to invest? Literally invest time and money, effort, like the full force of the publishing organization and stuff like that we can bring. And like what's going to like lead to do the most good, ultimately. Like after you answer those two questions, the answer to both those questions isn't yes. There is no third question. But if there's after that, obviously there's a whole series of questions we ask. Which the next thing I mentioned, I alluded to it a little bit earlier, talking about what's the ask. You've had folks who just ask you for $5 million and nothing. I've had folks who walked in and didn't give me an ask at all, or they said, "Well, we figured that you would tell us what we need," and it's like, well, I mean, I could, but like the whole point of this is the conversation. I've had folks who walked in and said, "Oh, I figured we need like $5 or $10 million," and I'm like, "Well, which one is it? Is it $5 million, or is it twice as much?" Because $5 million, $10 million, both those sound like a million bajillion bucks, but it's actually a lot of money, even for like a company like ours.
And that means you need to know your worth before you go in, obviously, right? Is it 5 or 10? That's a lot of extra money when going from 5 to 10 million, correct? So you should have an idea when you walk in, be confident in it, because if you aren't confident in that statement, whatever you say, whatever the value you think your title is worth, I'm not going to believe it, right? If you say, some amount of money, I don't know what that means. What does that mean to me, right? So you got to be able to be confident with that.
You really do. You have to know your worth and ask for it. And I don't want to wreck anyone's dreams. Some people used to call me the dream crusher.
Travis enjoys wrecking dreams.
I don't.
Listen, you just said you're like 36 years in this industry. Do you have like old and jaded and grizzled? Like, do you have any joy?
No.
Okay.
All right.
No joy, no problem, right?
Understand something, and if you don't take anything away from anything else I say, hear me when I say this. We don't give a shit about your ideas. We don't. Because ideas are worth nothing. It is your execution that we will give you $5 to $10 million for. You ever watch Golden State Warriors play? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure everyone on the
Somebody, right?
Nobody?
Okay, listen. I'm sure. Okay, I'm just trying to make a point here. Everyone on that court thinks, you know what? No matter where I am on this court, I'm gonna score 3 points. That's a great idea. Only Steph Curry does it. Okay, so that's the difference. Everybody out there has that idea. There's one person who's actually executing on it, right? And so when you come to a publisher with a pitch, you better be sure that you can execute on it. Better yet, show your execution, because that's when the money comes out. Because we've heard it all, but what we haven't done is we haven't played it all. We haven't experienced it all. So if you can give us some small subset of that idea that is executed, man, those checks come out real fast then.
A prototype is worth 1,000 slides, 1,000 words, whatever you want to make the analogy to be. For context, by the way, when we talk about a pitch, how long do you guys think a pitch? How long do you think you have for a pitch? Just yell it out. Anyone? 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 minute, that kind of stuff? 5 minutes? When we were doing 5 seconds, ooh, man, that's not even an elevator ride. But when we were doing pitches back when I worked at Take-Two, E3, we do 15-minute meetings, right? And so you get in there to do your pitch. It's your one shot. You're all prepared. And then your prototype doesn't work. Like the laptop crashes, the PowerPoint, you brought the wrong one, Google Slides, you don't have an internet connection or something like that. So then you would watch the most talented game developers dance for 10 minutes, being like, oh my God, like, well, let me try and figure out what's, well, you know me, like, well, maybe we can reschedule. The answer is no, we're not gonna reschedule, or anything like that, right? So like, that's the thing, you have to be prepared for it. Because guaranteed, even for us, everything is going to go wrong. It's an iteration of it always works on my machine, but when I walk down the hallway, it doesn't work anymore. So you have to have your plan A, your plan B, your plan C, and know that, like, even if everything goes wrong, you still have to be able to show the confidence so that we know that, hey, when something goes wrong during the game development, you're gonna be able to handle it. You're not gonna be freaking out the way you might be freaking out right now.
And like I said, understanding the difference between an idea and an execution. I can take technology as a prime example. You can take an iPhone, an Android phone, a Palm Trio, and a BlackBerry. 4 different executions of the same idea. 2 of them are no longer around. Okay? So that gives you an idea. Like Doom and Unreal, for example, same idea, different executions. So keep that in mind as you pitch and you tell someone I have a great idea, because I guarantee you, if they're sitting where we're sitting, we don't care.
I got into like all kinds of, I sort of kicked a hornet's nest on the Twitters when I was still on the Twitters back in the day, because they have that meme that says like give us tell us your opinion that'll have people like attacking you like with knives and stuff, and my opinion was, if you have an idea, you don't have a game. A game has mechanics, it has story, it has core loop, it has, all these bits and pieces, it has features, it has functionality, it has UX, it has UI, it has all these like individual like bits of science that like combine to create the entire experience. If all you have is a story, you should write a book. And that's all right. Like, we'll probably read it and stuff like that as well.
And make a game out of it.
And make a game later,
How about
right?
that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
And the hard part is thinking about, like, you have the idea. That's actually the smoothest part of it, right? Like, I have an idea for a game right now. We can all make up something in our heads right now. The roughness, which actually adds to the polish, right, is actually the work to build out the demo, practice the pitch, be able to dance also. If all your demos fail, you better have the best dance in the world, I want to see that, right? So, and you need to make sure that it's so polished. And again, it's going to take the rough parts of development, of pitching, of practicing, getting community, the whole nine yards. So you definitely want to make sure you practice that way, way, way ahead of time.
When you're working on a game, understand it, at least in this day and age, you're working on a team, okay? Because usually games now require a level of expertise that usually exceeds one person's ability. One of the hardest things to do in game development is get everyone to agree, okay? One of the things I used to do when it comes to production is break up the leads, put them in separate areas, and ask them, what's this game about? And if you have the same answer, you're on the right track. If you have different answers, your game's screwed, right? Because how a designer solves a problem is not the same way that a programmer solves a problem, not the same way an artist solves a problem. But if they all coalesce on solving that same problem, you're going to get it solved so many different ways that it ends up looking beautiful at the end of it. But so focusing on being singular in your execution of that idea across multiple disciplines is going to net you the best results you can possibly think of.
I appreciate all this sage advice, right? A lot of wisdom here. How did you learn it, though? And I guess the question that I have as a person not in the industry, where do you learn how to do the pitch? Is that a lesson in one of your weeks of class? How do you learn the pitch? And how do you all develop your pitch over time? Because y'all doing a lot of talking like y'all ain't never messed up now, okay?
Oh, no, I mess up constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Constantly. And the one thing that, because Shanae is the executive producer who works with me, and we always dedicate ourselves to making brand new mistakes, okay? Don't make the same mistake over and over and over again. A lot of times you'll see, game companies, and game companies will make a game, and maybe it doesn't do that well, and then they'll decide, I want to make a completely different game, okay? Well, you just threw away all the experience that you just had, okay? If you look at the first iteration of any of these popular games that you're playing, they just weren't the same, okay? You have to dedicate yourself to iteration, okay? An experienced team is going to get that result in fewer iterations than a younger team, and that's why they cost more, okay? But just understand, this type of education that all three of us got cost us millions of dollars of failure, okay? And you have to embrace that, okay? Otherwise, you're never going to get anywhere.
I'm just going to say one comment real quick. We just had a team offsite yesterday, our production team, and we did our icebreaker was, what's the best game you ever worked on? What's the worst game you ever worked on? And the stories that everyone told. Like, we are not we're not beyond reproach. We make mistakes all the time, all day, every day. Like Travis said, we want to make new mistakes. We want to learn from what we did before. I think that's really like when we talk about, and you know, I don't want to shy anyone off of like doing pitches. I think being able to pitch your own game, your creative thing in front of strangers to get someone to care about your creative thing the way you care about it is one of the most difficult things to do. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of preparation. I'm not at all like dismissing that. We've all done it too. And it is nerve-wracking. Even at our big age kind of thing, it is nerve-wracking to do, right? So the reason why we talk about this stuff is not to shy you guys off of it or not to try and put it at like such a high standard that no one wants to try it. It's because we want you to learn from our mistakes. But we also know that you're going to go out there and you're going to pitch 1,000 times and you might get one through. You might get two through. If you go out there and you pitch once and doesn't make it and you just quit, well then that's it. That's like you're not going to be able to learn from what you did, and you're not going to be able to do it better next time.
And with that, like if you're learning, sometimes it doesn't mean you have to be the best at the entire thing. Get better at one small thing, right? So if you walk up to me and say, I have a game that is genre, then tell me anything else. Work on that sentence, right? Like work on that expression to say like, this is what I want to make. This is how I want to sell this to you. If you're not confident about how you're speaking, work on that. Talk to friends, join Toastmasters, something to kind of work on that process. Because it can be iterative. It doesn't have to be a giant, oh my gosh, I messed up. Nobody liked my pitch. I got to start over again. Let me do everything. No. Try practicing it. And it could be small things. If you're just like, I need to be better at making eye contact or going to social stuff, plan it. Just do anything to get that started because it's really the small stuff. Again, the small stuff that's rough that will actually make the overall polish on you and use your character and the thing you're pitching.
I'm going to give an example of another thing too, right? Because like, again, talking about like how we learn from pitching and stuff. Like, if you are fortunate enough to be able to get like in a room with the publisher and be able to get that pitch, right? Listen to absolutely everything that they say. Write down every question they ask, every criticism they levy, like every like raised eyebrow, like jot all that stuff down. Because what a lot of times happens is someone pitches something. Let's say they pitch their open world like post-apocalyptic something, right? And we turn them down, and they say, "Well, why'd you guys turn me down? You're not gonna." Let me tell you, 99 times out of 10, you're probably not gonna get an answer as to like, "Why'd you guys turn me down?" We already told you why you turned you down. You heard us while we were having that conversation. That first conversation is like, that's all the information that you're gonna get right there. So that guy who pitched me that like open world post-apocalyptic thing, it's like pitched it, we turned it down. Following year at E3, had another meeting with him, pitched the exact same thing, didn't change anything. Can you guys guess what happened? Turned him down again, because he didn't listen to anything we asked. He didn't listen to any questions we asked. He didn't listen to any of the thoughts we levied. Like we had a great discussion. It's like, and he said, you know what? And you know what? That's fine with him. It's his creative vision. But it didn't match with what we were looking for. Like, I've had folks who pitched me a party game when I worked at Capcom. Does Capcom make party games? Is that our thing? I had folks, like, pitch me a dating sim at Take-Two. Does Take-Two do dating sims? You also have to know, like, who your audience is.
Read the room.
I mean, right? Like, you got to know who your audience is, right? It's not to say that those games are wrong or those games are any less worthy of being made. But you got to know like who you're pitching to, because like, again, you're like a pitch is a question. It's asking for something.
I want to make sure we've still got time. Be thinking about some of your questions because we want to get some of your engagement in here as well. So I'm going to ask you all a couple more questions. One of the things that I do want to know is, you all don't exist in isolation. There are people who supported you like along the way. Can you talk a little bit, to like the mentorship, that you experience and the mentorship that you offer, and how do we develop that? I think one of the things that I noticed, especially in the classroom, students are different. This post-COVID world, they're a bit different, and so what are some of the changes that you're seeing either from COVID or just natural changes in the industry, and what do folks need to do to kind of catch up to be, efficient to get this done?
I'm going to say ask for feedback. Especially in any context. So for me, getting better at just talking and pitching and all kinds of stuff, and even just reading pitches, right? Being able to process what a good pitch is. It really took just asking the leadership around me, like, hey, what went wrong there? What was really good about this pitch? What could they have improved? What questions could I have asked to understand what the pitch was like better? For me, it's really all about just trying to get feedback. Because we're not in isolation, right? Like, we're not in space where there's nothing happening. We actually get forces that pull us and push us in different ways. And we need to make sure we understand what they are and how they affect us and how we can actually process all of that. So ask questions. Like, if you're just not sure, just ask a question. You can even ask the person you're pitching afterwards, like, if they have time. If it's 15 minutes, probably not. But, like, maybe you're like, I could tell.
Catch them at Yerba Buena.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, like, I got some more questions for you. But you totally could just say, hey, let me just ask, like, what went wrong there? Or what did I do well? How can I improve? You may find that it's just something small that you're just like, you didn't do this one thing, or maybe something major. You missed that. You'll figure it out.
So, I think everyone in here, well, let me ask, does everyone know what we're talking when we talk about mentorship? Like what a mentor is? Can someone give a definition? Anyone just want to yell out what they think a mentor is? Someone who, say again?
Guide you along your path.
Someone who guides you along your path. Does that sound good for everyone else? Right? Yeah, that's true. That's what I think of a mentor is. Someone who gives you guidance, or someone who gives you advice, someone who you can talk to about the things that matter to you. A lot of people look for mentors, and the mentor feels like this big, just overwrought word of yes, I've got someone who's a mentor, and I go to them like they're, on the top, like they're meditating on a mountain somewhere, and they're good at them, and they have all these secrets that they occasionally just share with me in some kind of code that I have to figure out, and then once I figure out the code, then I will also ascend to the mountaintop, and I will become someone else's mentor, and that's not what mentorship's like at all. I have people who I consider my mentors. I have multiple mentors. Some of them know that they're my mentors. Some of them do not. Some of them are instances where I just have someone mentor me once, as opposed to it being a thing that goes on over and over again. Most of my mentors, across the years, have intentionally been people outside of my management chain, because I want to talk to them about my career and the things that matter to me at work, right? And it's really nice and important to be able to talk to someone when they can have that sort of disconnected approach and get me out of my head on the things that really matter. It's really different and distinct from sponsorship. Does anyone know what sponsorship is? Anyone? Someone raise their hand? No?
I saw a hand.
Sorry, there's lights over here.
Sounds like money.
Okay, I see a hand. Go ahead. Giving resources. I think that's close right there, right? So, by the way, the reason I'm not I did not know what sponsorship was as a distinct thing from mentorship until I went to Microsoft. And Microsoft had all these structured classes and that kind of stuff, but it was this concept of sponsorship I thought was really important. A sponsor, like I said, mentor gives you guidance, gives you advice, gives you, leads you along the way, that kind of thing. A sponsor is someone who will advocate for you in rooms where you don't have access to. Someone who is an executive, someone who is a manager, someone who is in leadership, and they can go and they can talk and let me tell you about Richard Duck. This guy, you give him something to do, he gets it done. This is why you need to put Richard on this project, because we know that Richard will get it done. Richard's not in that room. He may have no idea that conversation took place. And even if that thing doesn't go to Richard that time, somebody remembers oh yeah, I remember someone said that Richard was the guy to go to get that thing done. Both of those things are really important. Not just mentorship, not just sponsorship, but having both of those things are critical, especially for us, to get access, to get that seat at the table, and to have your careers actually grow and not just stagnate.
You got to think about. Go ahead.
And understand, usually when you're looking at a mentor or sponsorship, the best of
you
us.
said something profound, Travis?
The best of us don't have a lot of time.
It's true.
Right? And so when you're taking our time, be respectful. Because if we're usually taking the time to talk to you about something, it's usually something that we've experienced. And we know where that road goes. We really do. We spend a lot of time in production saving people from themselves. We say, I'm not here to crush your dreams. I'm here to keep your dreams from crushing you. You know, and understand what that, you know, what that really means is, you know, there's better ways to accomplish what you're accomplishing because we've been there. So choose wisely.
I heard you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shanae.
I'll make one last point. I'm sorry. Keep me honest. Keep me honest. Keep me honest. I don't know what time it is. All I see is lights. I have no idea. Right. No. You know, one of the things I've often said in this industry, like, you know, is I haven't seen a lot of people look like me in this industry. Like when I was coming up in the industry, like I worked with thousands of guys, mostly white dudes. I counted this up one day, by the way. I just, you know, worked with about 40 women. I worked with 5 black women in like 22 years in the industry, the first 22 years. One of them was my twin sister. Right? So I know to get where I have gotten in the industry, like people held the door open for me. People invested in me. People like, they looked at me and said, oh, you know, it's like, it seems like she's doing some interesting things, right? And so part of the reason why, you know, why we do things like this panel, like part of the reason why we try and, like, why I took those pitches over at Yerba Buena, like why we try and give access is because we want to hold the door open for folks as well who want to come into this industry and be a part of it, making it a better industry. So like what Travis said, like, right, you know, time is precious. And so like if you get the chance to like find your mentors, people, whether it's like one-time mentorship or ongoing mentorship, you get to take control of that conversation. When I have a mentor, I tell them like, listen, this is your time. Like, so I want you to come in there. I want you to have questions to ask. I want you to have, you know, projects that you're driving towards. I want you to have like specific things that we're gonna move forward. Because I want to be a good resource. But if we're just gonna gab for like, you know, 30 minutes every single time, it's like that's not really mentorship. It's just sort of
You the homie.
It's a conversation. Yeah,
it's conversation.
If you need a friend, you can find friends. You know, getting a mentor takes a lot of work too. So try to take advantage of the fact that they're going to be there to give you good advice. And again, if it's one time, ask all the great questions. Have those ready. Work on the things that you want to be ready for. Because, I mean, how much time do I have?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You're fine.
So, for example, I mentioned earlier that I'm getting into driving, right? So this is my hobby now. This is my passion. But for example, last month we had 5 black drivers on track, which has never happened. I'm usually the only guy there, and so I actually went out to go talk to the people who were helping run the run sessions or the group sessions. We're driving and just connect with them. So a gentleman named Kanan gave me some advice. He actually said, "Hey, we're going to go on the parade lap and go learn the track. Do this, do that. Richard, I saw you doing the wrong thing over there. I could see it from way over there that you were not taking this track fully." And I was like, "Oh, you saw that?" He's like, "Yeah, I noticed you doing that. This is some things you can improve right now." That could just literally be a one-time mentorship opportunity, but it really affected me. I made sure I actually asked good questions during those experiences because I may never see that guy again. Again, 5 people in one day, hit the lottery, right? So you just have to take advantage of that and make sure you have the good questions and follow up and take your time. So.
Can I talk a little bit about access, by the way? You know, one of the things that I've, you know, back in the day, when Clubhouse was a thing, I don't know if Clubhouse is still a thing or not, but I used to jump on Clubhouse and have some great conversations with some folks about games, about game development, that kind of thing. And one of the common things I would hear from young black developers is that, man, you know, if I could just find the right person to talk to and they just give me $50 million, I could make the next GTA. There were so many things wrong with that statement, from the fact that the next GTA is not gonna cost $50 million, like add a zero to that one, to the fact that it's like, there were mistakes. They said that their only problem was they didn't have access. And don't get me wrong, access is absolutely a problem, like for folks that look like us in this industry, like being able to get in the right rooms, being able to know the right people to talk to. It's not the only challenge ahead of us, right? So like that young black brother, like if I could get him into a room to talk to someone who had $50 million, his main problem would not be the fact that he couldn't get in that room. It'd be the fact that he had a gap between the education and between the experience that he would need to make use of the time in that room. So I'm like, I think our biggest challenges here are education, like knowing what questions to ask and when. It's about experience, being able to do it over and over and over and over again and mess up 90% of those times, but also learn from those things. And only after we get over those first 2 humps does the access matter. Because if you get access right now, but you don't know the right questions to ask, you don't know the right information to pass along, you don't understand the audience you're talking to, you don't know what good looks like, is like our little shorthand for stuff, the access really won't matter.
Beautiful. We've got 10 minutes left, and I want to stay on time. Thank you all so much. We want to open it up for audience questions and engagement. Yes, sir. I'll come around there so we can get you mic'd up. I'm going to be Oprah right now. Come on.
You get a car, and you get, wait, is that how it goes?
Say your name and where you're from.
You get a car? You get
All
a
right,
car,
thank
you.
you.
Get bees? I don't know.
My name is Jerome Dodd from Atlanta, Georgia. ATL in the house. Yeah, thank you all, first of all, for all your wisdom and knowledge. My question is, how does someone get in front of you to do a pitch? Are you open right now to a pitch, or do I need to corner you outside?
Any which way you can. Honestly, I can tell you that pitches happen in the most odd places. So any place where someone will listen to you.
And also just be in the spaces too. So like we're here, right? Like I'm not sure. I could take a pitch, I guess, if you wanted to, right? But like make sure you're in the spaces, and I think you're here already, so that shows that you're one step ahead.
I'll throw one third thing on there too. Like I mentioned before, I took 2 pitches at Yerba Buena, like sitting over there, like trying to type up some notes before coming in here, like right before this. You have a very unique opportunity here right now. Like this is unusual, right? Because we're all here, we're all in the same mindset, it's like that too. Yeah, if you see us, you can grab us. But also remember all the advice we just gave about that pitch, right? About like how to make the most of it. Know the audience, stuff like that too. Because we, as many pitches I've taken for flat screen games, I've had folks walk up and say, "Hey, I got a great idea for a game for the Switch," and I'm like, "Cool, I work for Oculus."
All right, well, I'm going to corner each one of you, so look out for me, all right? Oh, I'm already ready.
Jerome?
It's not an idea. It's something that's done, so we'll talk.
Beautiful. Okay, we'll get some questions over here. Meet me on the step so we can speed this up. We want to hear your beautiful voice.
Hi, my name is Eddie. I'm a solo indie game developer. The question that I have is more so about, I guess, the teams that you thought would execute well. For context, I left my job and started game development about 1.5 years ago, and for the last year, I've been very safe in my own personal competency and like the things that I've been working with. But I don't have any experience leading other people in like I am paying you to do a job that I expect you to do well, and I don't really have any experience with I need a specific artistic vision to be executed, right? So like I just wanted to know if you have any stories about teams that you thought would execute well, even regardless of the idea.
Well, usually when you don't know the team that you're working with, you look at their past work, and you say, okay, well, they've been able to execute on X, Y, and Z. So it stands to reason that they should be able to execute on, this in the future. So in the absence of, something in front of you, you usually are going to resort to what they've done in the past. So your resume would have to, prove out that you knew what you were talking about. And during that pitch, you would probably get questions that deal with your overall competency or experience.
Yeah, plus one to everything that Travis said there, we usually past behavior predicts future behavior, past experience produces future experience. That said, it's all to a degree, right? Like there's some, there are teams that have put together and shipped fantastic games, and then suddenly the circumstances are different, like creative lead leaves or something like that, and the next game they put out is just not the same. I'll give you an example. I worked at EA Sports back in the day. We make Madden, NASCAR, and NCAA sports games, right? And then we got the opportunity to make a Superman game. That game didn't go so well, right? Even though this team had shipped together, plenty of times, plenty of years, the circumstances weren't right for them to be successful. So, I mean, this entire business, like on our side, like from like the funding products we choose to sign, we choose to fund, ones we try and pull on the platform, it's all about risk assessment and risk reduction. So like when Travis said, like we want to see what your previous experience is because we want to be able to understand, okay, like you talk a good game, but like what have you done to like show us that like what you say is what you'll do. And if you, I think we live in like a magical time right now. Like people have never in the past had more access to game technology, to opportunity, to other people who are also looking to make games than they have right now. Like if you want to make a game, you can make a game right now. Heck, you can. There's some AI that people will probably introduce that you can just press a button and do it at some point. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying you can.
It's called vibe coding.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, right?
Code on vibes.
But point is, right? Like there's lots of opportunities to like go and find out. Like you see those gaps in your resume, see those gaps in your skill and experience. Like find somebody that you can work with on a short project. Do a game jam. Do like do something that helps you build that skill set so you can speak to that when you get in front of people who will ask you those questions.
Also talk about your work too. So if you're making games, talk about your games. I want to know about them. I want to see your itch.io page, right? I want to see your Steam page, whatever you have. Be ready to talk about that work and speak to that work. So for example, if you were to pitch a new Superman game, I want to see that you've made some interesting superhero games in the past. Because like
not a Madden game?
Ooh, maybe.
Not NCAA?
Probably not. Probably not.
But if you find yourself in that situation, figure out what you can demonstrate. Because if you're a very small team or a lone person or something like that, that's not necessarily the death knell of your idea. If you can execute well on whatever your proof of concept is, then a publisher might be like, okay, well, there's two people there, but this idea is solid, and what they've executed is pretty solid. What is it going to take from our side to make this team whole? Does he need art assistance? Does he need production assistance? Does she need, whatever they need in order to bring that idea to life? If you show the seed of brilliance, that's going to get you so much further than I got this cool idea. Because like I said before, no one cares.
We do. I care.
I don't.
Care. Friends, round of applause, please, for our panelists and for yourselves. Are you all hanging out for a little bit so folks can connect? I know folks had some questions, so they're hanging out. So be respectful and mindful of their time and the things that you're asking. And so appreciate you all coming out. Shout outs to the organizers and the people who are keeping the lights on. Supporting the AV technology and all that stuff. So shout outs to everybody. Thank y'all so much. Thank you to our panelists.
It was not, a hot mic, but it was nuanced. I'll say that.
Give ourselves a round of applause. We can do better than that. This is GDC. This is Blackfest. There we go. There we go. I used to pray for times like this. Now I'm playing.
But not no. And thank you, Trinidad, wherever you're at, and the whole team. Because no, it takes a whole village to make this happen.
100%. 100%. We love this community. We're about to get started in a few, but yeah, I just want to say just like being present, forgetting kind of like what else is going on, and just being able to have space with such a wonderful community. This is stuff that I've always dreamed about. I've wanted to be a game designer since I was 5, and I just couldn't imagine like seeing this much of us in a space like this when I was a kid. So I really do appreciate y'all, and for y'all just being amazing. So yeah, I want to kick things off. Oh, appreciate you. Hi, I have a tendency to just talk to people like they know who I am, but I'm Seth Smith. We just met. I love each and every one of y'all, and I generally just feel like a good connection with people who have that shared alignment with me. And for this, I just feel, even though I haven't met some people in here, and shout out to the people who I do know that came to support, I want to see more of our stories told across multiple mediums, and one of my favorite mediums is, of course, games. So, we're here because of Blackfest and Trinidad Black. Shout out to her. Can we just give a round of applause for Trinidad Black? And again, I have a tendency to say names, even if you haven't met that wonderful soul, like you should please get a chance to meet Trinidad. She, started this event, this experience, because her and some other fellow Black game devs pitched a bunch of talks at GDC, and none of them got accepted. So she said, okay, it's time to build our own space, time to build our own table, and time to build our own event and experience. And just look at the turnout, look at all the people you've met today, look at all the connections that will lead to better games in the future, just because we're meeting here. So shout out to Trinidad Black and shout out to Blackfest. Yep, 100%. On that same alignment, even though I hadn't met Trinidad at the time, and this is what I mean by talking to people like you already know each other, even if you don't, that vibration. On that same alignment, I had felt just in LA, where I'm currently based, that I didn't encounter enough Black game devs or just Black gamers and people who are into gaming. And I had the privilege of connecting with some individuals at work that, have become my family since then. But I felt like it's unfortunate that I can only meet those wonderful individuals because of work. And I want to do that for those of us who, like me at a certain point in my time, dreamed of getting into the industry but didn't quite see a way. So I founded this entertainment mixer and podcast called Hello World. Of course, of the first coding exercise you often get, but also as an intro for a lot of people who would be in tech had they just had the privilege to meet the wonderful souls I've met in my journey in this industry. So, for me, I've been doing this for maybe about a year and a half and some change. And it's been really fulfilling to be inspired by the people who are way more talented and amazing than me that I've had the pleasure to discuss and chat about navigating the industry with. And then hopefully, if I can, even get a fraction of the inspiration that I get to them and pass it on to the next generation, to me, that would be a success, and that's my dream. So I'm Seth Smith. I'm a senior player dynamics designer. I work on Valorant at Riot Games, and I've been in the industry for about a little over a decade. And in typical like Hello World fashion, for those who know and for those who don't, I would love to allow each of the wonderful panelists that have taken time to speak to us and inspire us today to introduce themselves. I would love for y'all to just of course, share your name, talk about just basically what you do, and then what video game are you playing right now that's really inspiring you?
Then I guess it's my turn. Hi, everyone. I am Mélissandre Monatus. I come from Paris, France. And I have been working in the video game industry for the past 20 years in the marketing field, event as well, PR, creative services, and many more. I've been working for the big publishers such as Activision, Capcom, Wargaming, but also for indie game studios. So I have experience between both. And since 2018, I am more specialized into African gaming. So I was one of the first to promote African gaming across Europe in big events such as DEFCON, Gamescom, Paris Games Week as well. And I also like to promote Afro-Creole games. I collaborate with Muriel Tramis, our legendary pioneer. And also I teach marketing and event to gaming students or to esports, because I also worked within esport fields. And I play, at the moment, I actually was offered a game just a couple of weeks ago when we had a visit in LA to the EA, company, studio. And so I started to play the Tales of Kenzera, Zao. So it's African, it's a game with African characters made by an African descent. And did you have another question I have to answer? I can't remember.
Oh, no, that was amazing. Yeah.
Okay. So I will be today talking under my name, but also on behalf of Muriel Tramis, because she will express herself in French, and I will have to localize, to translate. That's the default of working in the marketing field. I will have to translate for her in French, so bear with me, please. That's up to you now.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Hi everyone.
Je suis Muriel. Je viens de la Martinique. Je suis donc une French Creole, c'est ça? C'est-à-dire que j'ai connu il y a très longtemps, les années 60, non, comment on dit, les années 1900, où j'ai connu le passé de l'industrie. Tu peux le dire en anglais?
So I will start to translate. So I am Muriel. I am a French Martinique Creole person, and I have been lucky enough to know the past of the gaming. So the 90s years. Some of you are way young. You are too young to know the 19 years. And so I know of the past of that industry. And
exact. J'ai créé pour la première fois des jeux qui parlent de la colonisation et de l'esclavage.
So I created for the first time ever the first games around slavery and colonization, freedom, for instance.
Et c'était à l'époque quelque chose de très nouveau et ça a eu beaucoup de succès et c'est même encore une spécificité qui n'a jamais été explorée depuis.
So it was very new and it was actually successful at the time, very, very new, very bold to do. And since then, there hasn't been any games similar to that. So it's still, something to do.
Et j'ai créé le premier War Game où il y avait pour la première fois un héros noir.
And I created the very first war game with, for the first time, a black character, hero.
C'était un esclave qui devait s'échapper d'une plantation créole.
It was a slave that wanted to escape from a Creole plantation. That was the character of the game Freedom.
Après cette époque,
After this part of the time, yeah.
voilà, je me suis un peu éloignée du monde du jeu.
I went a bit further to farther to the game industry.
Pour me consacrer aux maquettes virtuelles.
To get myself into more the virtual reality subjects
Voilà.
of cities, creating cities with virtual reality
Voilà.
technologies.
Et pour ça, j'ai créé ma propre entreprise.
And for that, I created my own company.
Voilà. Ensuite, je peux parler du présent après, peut-être?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's for the introduction of Muriel.
Wait.
But she has so much more to say.
Wait, hold on. Okay, here's why you're gonna stand up. This is the first female black game designer in history. Okay,
I do need us to stand up for
Y'all
that.
need to get up.
I do need us to stand up for that. So honored to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I love the energy in the crowd. Thank
When
you.
she got here, the seats were empty. Just so you know.
All right, Eric.
Oh my goodness. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Eric Elder. I am a creative media consultant. I specialize in the areas of animation and video games and XR. Currently, I am the lead of the LA Game Project, which is a regional project under the Los Angeles Regional Consortium, which is the body that manages all 19 community colleges in LA. And so we're doing several things. One of the things we're doing is expanding or bringing new game development certificate programs to all those campuses. We're also developing the model for how esports is going to be played throughout the community college system. And we've also created a new conference called LA GameCon-EDU. Thank you. Thank you. Which is the conference for game development, education, and scholastic esports. So that's going to be, I'd love to see you all there. If you're going to be in the LA area, it's going to be Saturday, May 3rd, downtown at the Omni. So yeah, I'm just truly honored and blessed to be a part of this conversation. I want to thank Seth, who actually initiated this conversation. It was through his request to be connected with Trinidad that this whole thing got created, and it's incredible. Games that I'm playing. I honestly have not, made a lot of time to play video games recently, just because they're such a time suck. If I start playing a game, I know it's gonna, I'm gonna be putting hours into it. So I like my video game entertainment in bite-sized chunks. So I've been playing this game called, I think it's called Brawl Stars on my phone, which is a lot of fun. You play, okay. But I love all kinds of games. So I also play pinball. I'm an avid pinball player, and Stern just came out with a Dungeons and Dragons.
We have a party.
Oh my God.
The joy. This is what this is all about right here. Look at that joy.
Are you serious?
I know.
Okay, all right. So it's a Dungeons and Dragons pinball machine where you can actually level up your character. Like you can pick a character and level up. So that's a thing. I just played that for the first time, and now I'm going to be playing it all night at this party. Obviously, like what time? Okay, no. Let me focus. And then what? Now that's all I can think about is this pinball game. Oh, board games. I love board games, and there's a brand new board game called SETI, SETI, where you play a space team that is sending out satellites to communicate with alien life. And every game, 2 new aliens show up, and they change the rules of the game. And it's card-based, and it's just fantastic fun. I've played it about 3 times so far, and I'm looking forward to playing it again. So, yeah, that's what I'm playing. Thank you.
Hey. Wow. Hi, I'm Gordon. I hope that all of you live long enough to get on this stage and see all this black excellence. It's just real talk, right? So I've been in games for, 32 years, which just makes me a baby. Because we have the first female black game designer right here, like history right here. Can't even do it. I'll talk about me for a second, but I'll let it go because you need to hear her for real. It's so cool. I've heard, so I know. But me, if you don't know me, hi, I'm a professor at USC. Working backwards, I love helping people get from point A to point B who don't know how. I do. So that's why I teach. That's why I run a nonprofit, which will have your pinball machine. But and although we will all, of course, be at the big awards and the big after party starring Seth, we live in abundance. So I'm also throwing the official Wizards of the Coast party tonight, 5 to 11. If I don't see any black people after I raised all this money for all these free cards and dice, I'm just telling you now, I'm gonna be in a mood, okay? So be the black people who can do both over at the Foundry. This is so great to have this conversation because so much is invested in our diaspora. So much has been, trillions of dollars has been invested in keeping us apart, right? In keeping us not respecting, cultivating, preserving our history. And so to have Trinidad and this organization, Seth, all of you, invest your time in bringing us back together is the beginning of the work. So, I don't know, everything, you can Google me for bio stuff, but let's just talk about it because this is the point. Hi.
Appreciate that. So, as you said, there's been so much investment in preventing us from connecting on the vibration that I know we want to resonate at. And it's very important when throughout history we have amazing, talented professionals like you panelists who recognize that and then strive to pay it forward for the next generation. What I wanted to start and explore is just throughout your own personal journeys, who were those people that did that for you? Because just as I think you can already tell by the reception from the room, y'all are amazing and y'all have done so much to help us get to where we're at today. So, I just want to ask each person from right to left, if you could just talk about what the gaming industry was like before you entered it, and then who were some of the influential and inspirational professionals or individuals that helped get you passionate about entering the industry?
So for me, actually, I never really had a model to follow, and I had friends who had games, and I was amazed to be at their place and play. And also, I had a session where I could actually create my own character and make it move. And I found that really impressive at the time. I was probably around 8 or 10 years old, and that really made me want to play. But I was not allowed to play. My father didn't want to, although I did play, thanks to my brother in Eden. Of course, I had to play Eden. And so I had the culture of gaming, but not as much as I could have had if I was allowed. one of my favorite games from the time was Monkey Island. I don't know if you know that game. So I did all of them. But at the time, there were also Lara Croft and Indiana Jones, those games from LucasArts. I really enjoyed them. But I didn't have a proper model. And actually, when I met Muriel in 2018, I was like, what? If I knew before, because she comes from Martinique, my father is from Martinique too, I could have told my father, well, Dad, she is the pioneer of the industry. She's Martinique. Keys as well, and like you, and you don't want me to play, and she's a woman. So, well, anyway, she came too late in my life, but I'm still happy.
No, that's amazing. And just so you know, you are that somebody to someone else. Kids can look to you and point and say, "Look at her, she's doing this."
I hope. I don't create games, so unfortunately I don't create games, but I do promote them, and I try to make sure that the African and Caribbean culture is put forward the way I can. I'm not the only one anymore now. I started in 2018. There was no really much people in that space, but now there are a lot of people, and I'm glad, because it's, to me, going to be the next thing. But we are going to talk about the future later, so I will pass the mic to Muriel. Unless you have questions, sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
Alors moi, j'ai d'abord été formée pour être ingénieur en électronique.
So first of all, I was trained to be an engineer in electronics.
Et j'ai commencé ma carrière en programmant des drones militaires.
And I started my career by programming military drones. That's what I was doing.
Voilà. Donc, par contre, c'était trop sérieux pour moi. Et j'avais besoin d'un peu plus de créativité.
But this job was too serious for me, so I needed way more creativity in my daily job.
Donc j'ai décidé de changer, j'ai démissionné et puis après j'ai cherché quelque chose de plus créatif.
So I decided to just stop my contract and look for something more creative.
À l'époque, je jouais déjà, mais c'était des jeux d'arcade, comme Space Invaders, par exemple.
At the time, I was actually playing a few games, like Space Invader. There were arcade games at the time.
Et j'ai rencontré le studio Cocktail Vision qui faisait des jeux éducatifs.
And I met the video game studio named Cocktail Vision, and that's when I started to work in the video game industry.
Et voilà. Et j'ai eu envie de faire... Ah, d'accord. C'est mieux. J'ai eu envie de faire des jeux éducatifs. Par exemple, ma première création était un jeu de maths.
And then I wanted to actually create some educational games. So the first game I created in that sense was a game for math. Adibou?
No.
No.
Pas
it was another one. Ah, La Bosse des Maths, it was called in French. And that was before Adibou, which is a very famous brand name.
Et puis j'ai eu envie de créer des jeux sur l'histoire. Donc ma propre histoire que je découvrais en même temps d'ailleurs.
And then I really wanted to create some games about my own history. That I was actually also discovering for myself, so the history of my black ancestors and the slavery.
Oui, et c'est donc pour ça que j'ai créé d'abord un Meguilo qui parlait de la Martinique, et après Freedom qui parlait de un héros noir qui se battait pour sa liberté.
So that's why I created a first game named Mewilo, who is a game that talked about Martinique, my island. And then I created another game, which is Freedom, which talked about a slave who wanted to escape his condition.
Et c'est donc une histoire que nous partageons tous en tant que Black.
Et c'est une sorry. That was really and that is an history we all share as Black people.
Oui, voilà. Donc, je m'arrête là pour le passé.
Does she has to stop here for the past or for her?
Yeah, we'll go to Eric.
Yes, we go to Eric. Oui.
Je ne sais pas si
Sorry.
j'ai répondu.
Oui, très bien.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I came through or came to the game industry with a background in animation first. So the first part of my career was focused on animation, but I always had this love for games. So my first game system was an Atari 2600. I got it when I was 7 years old, and I played it all of the time. I think I had to replace my joystick controllers like about 5 times. I had to keep ordering them because I played it so much that I broke them. And I was just always attracted to not just the fun and the design of the games, but the art. And so much so, I remember I saved the box because, you know, again, this is back, you know, whatever bit graphics those Atari games were and the Activision games. I would save the boxes, and I remember actually posting the boxes on my wall in the form of a pyramid for some reason, and I would just lay in my bed and just look at the art on all the games. I also was really into tabletop games when I was young, like, you know, of course board games, but also tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons, and I ran a Star Frontiers campaign for years for my friends. And also comic book art too. And I guess if there was like one artist that kind of like inspired me, like I didn't really have a lot of interaction with him, but it did have a big impact on me. My favorite comic book artist of all time is John Byrne. And I remember like, you know, thinking I wanted to be a comic book artist, and I wrote him a letter and said that that's what I wanted to do. And he was actually gracious enough to send me Xeroxes of his pencils of a comic book that hadn't come out yet, Alpha Flight, and said that I could, Alpha Flight was my favorite. And I got to practice inking, and that's how I learned like how comic book pages were put together and constructed, and then I was able to start making my own after that. So
I love that.
Hey.
I love that.
Okay, all right. So hard to keep it brief. Okay. You know what? I get to say what I want. It's my life. Okay, here's my dream. I want my LinkedIn filled with Black people. Okay? This is what I want. So I want all of you to add me on LinkedIn. I want to just be too many check marks where I just can't even check enough Black people today. Okay? My name is Gordon Bellamy, Bellamy. Please add me so I can help you in the future any way that I can. I spent 30 years here. It's time to help. I get it. So as far as games, games for me, I mean, I'll keep it light, but were sort of survival. For me, like there's the Disney version you can literally watch like on Netflix or Amazon, the version and blah, 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 blah. But real talk, the world's terrible that we live in, especially for Black people, particularly for Black women, Black men, Black all genders. And the narrative, the dominant narrative that you are taught usually doesn't have a happy ending. And so games are a place where I am able to craft endings that are positive, ultimately. So for me, games are survival. And so that's always been true, my earliest memories. As a career to eat food, that's why it's so interesting. Yes, about career, but I'll be doing games for free. Spoiler, but because I want to live. I live at the end of all my games. I never die. It's great. Well, I mean, okay, I'm sorry. Is this too deep? All right, you talk horror movies, kill the Black person first. What? Right? Like these are things which are said very casually, right? Very disposably as common lore, right? So it is very important that we build our own spaces, right? Our own experiences where we can have happy endings, where we can thrive, where we can connect, be friends, all whatever y'all doing, all of it, right? So anyway, that's what games are for me. Specifically to eat food, I was in the dominant narrative. I went to Harvard, and they say you can do anything. You go to Harvard. So I wanted to follow a Harvard person to make games. There's a guy named Trip Hawkins, had started something called Electronic Arts. I know Shinola. I just knew follow that guy. That was the plan, the whole plan. And so I did. The rest is on Amazon Prime. But the point being that real talk, like, yeah, games have always been a place where I'm able to be my whole self. I know that I've got a Transformer spark, but games are a place where it actually can shine because I don't have to do all the extra work that I have to do in other spaces. Games.
Yo, I'm just blown away at these responses. This so far has been one of my favorite panels. I 100% the authenticity, the vulnerability, and getting that context. Just like what I've distilled from that is the importance of us connecting with each other, the importance of us to be able to have a voice. And one of the most predominant mediums, canvases that we can illustrate that voice on in today's time is, of course, video games. And just hearing like a bit about each of y'all's journeys and seeing that spark in your eyes as you get your stencils from Brad Burns, or how you find your sort of favorite game that makes you feel like, oh, I want to play this, even if you have to play it without your parents' support, or just realizing that there's a missing gap in representation in our people, and being a pioneer and doing that yourself, or of course starting a little known company, as you put it. I think like for me, in today's world now, what do you feel that are the active opportunities that us as a community need to lean in towards and continue to pursue? Outside of just like adding Gordon on LinkedIn, that's like, that's definitely an opportunity. But what are the things just, versus then versus now, where you would say, these are the things that excite me about being in game dev at a time like this?
I'll tell you one, so I call it, so pride, right? So I'm also queer, but like pride that your uniqueness is additive. The fact that you have gathered to make time for Blackfest means that somewhere inside of you, you recognize that blackness is additive. Not something to overcome, like, what'd you overcome to get here? Like, no, you're like, oh, blackness, yay. That combined with your technical acumen, combined with trust, is the foundation for ownership, so that you can create your own systems like Blackfest, but around interactivity, comics, or conventions, or since day one, or your events that you do. Like, all of these are systems that we're able to create where we are creating our own dominant narrative versus experiencing a narrative where, we thrive in February, or where we are, sort of featured guest stars, but there's the possibility of us being overrepresented in our power. And so it's exciting to see this gathering. But the reason why I say is like LinkedIn, because I want you to stay in touch, right? Because you're going to need each other a month from now, I assure you, and wish that like you could share this fog of war of excellence across whatever it is that's so important to you, right? Forwards. This is a great example. She's making games for 50 years, like bangers, but has never seen all of you. What? That's mind-blowing, right? But we can fix it, like starting today. You can all say hi right now, right? And like we could be, God, you know what I mean? We could act on the world in ways that I won't get to live to see, but like y'all will. You're young. You'll get to, I don't know, like do cool stuff that will seem like science fiction. You know what I mean? Which is what Blackfest seems like science fiction to me, because when I went to EA, there were only 3 black people in the building. Okay? And as I like to say, we thought there was a 4th, but it was a mirror. Okay. Okay. Now I look at a crowd and we see all this and I go, what? But then the world you could make is going to be like, what? And that's, I'm sorry, long answer, but it's my time. That's what I'm excited about.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, please clap for that. Clap for that. Yeah, I'd love to hear from each of y'all what excites you about the opportunities today for us as a community in game devs.
To answer that question, for me, I have to just go a little bit into the past. After I had a motorbike accident, and I was out of the industry for like nearly 3 years. And Siddiq Bakayoko, who is the founder of a company named Paradise Game, based in Ivory Coast in West Africa, contacted me via LinkedIn, which is an important tool. And he said, well, I'd like to create an industry for the video games in West Africa and actually in Africa, which is a really big, challenge. And I said, hey, okay, how would you like to do that? And we met. He came to Paris, and we met, and he explained to me his vision. And I was about to go back to work slowly. And what I needed actually was some sort of a mission for me to also find some, how can I say, true, let's say, I wanted my work to make sense to me. And I always have been really into understanding my Black heritage, the history, and so on. And making this in that industry was to me a real gift. So he wanted me to help him to promote African games in Europe. Because in Africa, promoting video games in Africa was just nonsense. The politicians, the ecosystem was not ready for that. But in Europe, yes, we could. It was not as ready, but that's what was the challenge. And today, since 2008 up to now, we impulsed something that is now never going backwards. It's going to be, the unprecedented, but also evolving year by year. And actually, the industry is growing so fast in Africa, thanks also to esports. But a lot of creators and indie game studios are blooming and making games that tell our story or African stories, as they knew them before the, let's say, colonizer changed the lyrics. But now we have the power to tell our own stories, and that power also to share those stories to everyone, not only African descendants or African, but also to anyone who wants to enjoy and understand and discover. So today, I think what I'd like to see or what I'm trying to do today is to take part in it by promoting. It can be in the ways of events. It can be by teaching, because I am a teacher in schools. And so whenever I have the chance, I put in the subjects African gaming and African study case. And they have to look for that. And it's actually handy for me, because now with ChatGPT, they always get to find, their answers somewhere in ChatGPT. But with the African industry, they can't, because everything is so new. So they have to actually think it through and look for marketing strategies, and they have to search for information. And I get them also to meet with the actual creators of the games I made them to study, or the games I want them to think about. So that they understand that the industry is not only European or American or Japanese, but they have to count with the African. And to me, the education is definitely the way forward. If they, as the future of our industry, don't know that, it's not going to happen as quickly. And if they accept that, but also they know of, they can have brighter mindset. And it's not that easy in France, at least, because in France we think Africa is a poor continent, and that games, we don't play games because we can't eat. It's that kind of ideas we have still in France, and that's what I'm trying to fight against. And doing that via my courses is I think, the best way. But I am not. We are not a lot in that industry to do it because, as you said, in EA games there were 3 people, and 4 with your reflection. Then it's the same in France. We are not a lot, and actually with Muriel Tramis, and I will finish on that because she has to take the mic as well. But we created an event called the Kumbit, le Kumbit du jeu vidéo, which means the Kumbit of the video game. That the Kumbit is in Haitian Creole, meaning that the fact of gathering people, and it's actually a tambour, like djembe. Well, it's a sort of
a drum.
Drum. Thank you. That's a drum, and we wanted to create that event because we met together. We have a lot of things in common, and then we met another guy called Michael Newton, who works at Ubisoft in France, and we were like, okay, we are 3 people in the West Indies, well, coming from the West Indies or having origins in the West Indies, and I just say hi to also Joanna Riquet, who is there because she's also from the French West Indies, but I met her later. And we were like, okay, who else? Who else is in the industry? So we started that event to showcase whoever was in that industry with being African descendant or African, and Creole. It's important for her. That's actually true, and that was in 2019 or 20. No, during COVID. 2020, 21. And that's also the type of things we think we need to continue on doing. And Joanna Riquet is doing a lot of podcasts, discovering as well those talents around the globe that are isolated. But we can be strong by gathering, even with the digital, tools. So I will shut up.
Oui, tu as dit pas mal de choses que j'aurais pu dire.
I said some of the things she wanted or she could have said.
C'est pas grave. Sorry. Je voudrais dire que ma carrière, ça se monte à quelques... comment dire? Depuis 2005, me suis éloignée de ce... Mais j'ai fait des jeux érotiques, on pourrait dire.
Okay, so in 2005, I started to go to get a little bit further from the industry, from the video game industry. But I'm not sure how it relates, but I created some games, erotical games, and
non, c'était que comme je vivais dans un milieu essentiellement masculin, j'avais envie de témoigner de mon propre fantaisie érotique.
Oh yeah, sorry. So I understand where she wants to go. No, donc, sorry. Then, because I was evolving as a female in that industry where it was mainly male-oriented, I wanted to see games that would also provide me with the fantasizes I had. Is it the correct word? So I created games, erotical games, to, express.
Non, c'était pour exprimer mon propre désir.
To express my own desires.
Chose que les femmes ne faisaient pas à l'époque.
Things that women wouldn't do at the time, and that's what I felt I could change also the industry, shaping the industry differently.
Oui, surtout que les femmes étaient noires, étaient souvent symbole du désir de l'homme.
Especially because black women were mostly regarded as a sex symbol for white men.
Voilà. Alors que j'avais envie de parler de mes propres fantasmes.
And I really wanted to talk about my own fantasies. Thank you so much. Fantasies. So that's what I created, those games.
Voilà. Et puis, comme je me suis éloignée de ce milieu, j'ai continué à voir d'où j'étais. C'est pour ça que j'ai fait des recherches généalogiques et j'ai compris qui j'étais parce que j'ai retrouvé mon ancienne ancêtre, la première qui a porté un nom, alors qu'avant, pendant l'esclavage, les Noirs ne portaient pas de nom du tout, sauf un prénom et un matricule. Voilà.
Okay, that was wrong. I will try to summarize. So I had to actually find also myself as a person through my history, because coming from a black background, but a slave background as well, I was actually at the time also looking for my black heritage, so knowing who was my family and creating my own genealogy. And I could find my ancestor, the one who actually was named, was given the name Tramis at the slavery liberation, abolition, we say. And she found, I found my ancestor, and who was freed and given that name Tramis, yes. Yes, sorry.
So like roots.
Like roots.
Oh, okay.
But not going back to Africa yet, because we haven't got that yet, the details of where in Africa, but we know in Martinique, West Africa is most likely our descent.
I'm Trini, by the way, so same with us.
Wow. Ouais. C'est vrai. I did too.
Yeah, Eric, what are you most excited to see kind of in this time, right, in this climate?
Well, a few things, but I definitely have to, with this connection, I have to mention Africa. So I was fortunate enough in 2019 to go to Africa for the first time. It was incredible. I gave the keynote address at the first video game conference in Ghana, and that's where I met Joanna, actually. We were on a panel together, so I'm just like, and I haven't seen her since, so I'm so excited to see her here, and that's why I love this conference and Blackfest, right? Because that's how these connections happen, right? Did you know that Africa is literally the last region on the planet that does not have a developed video game industry or market, right? It's the whatever, I forget the numbers, what, like $42 billion, right? And Africa has 1 billion people. There's so many gamers there. It's, super young region. There's like 50% is 30 years or younger, right? Esports is bananas over there in Africa. And it hasn't been developed yet because the infrastructure's not there and the investment hasn't gone in. Yeah, it's inevitable. It's the last place to go to develop the video game industry is Africa. And that's great news for all of us, right? Because, I met an African gentleman.
It's great news if we go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, right? I was with my girl Dawn is here, right? I was at a cafe with her years ago, and I met this African gentleman, and he was like, "You need to go to Africa," and I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah." He was like, "African people, they want you there. They will welcome you, right? But the mysterious they, want you to be afraid to go there because they know what will happen if we came together, right?" And so that's what kind of started my interest in researching the industry there and reaching out. There's like just amazing contacts that I have there. Letty Arts, he was a gentleman that the founder there was a gentleman who invited me over and got me there. So yeah, I mean, that's very exciting, is the potential of us all working together in union and really creating that. And I've had this dream for years of transforming the continent through gaming in a variety of different ways, not just the industry, but using game, technology and gamification to just do all kinds of amazing things there. So back here, 20 years ago, I founded one of the first bachelor's degree programs in game development at the Art Institute in Santa Monica. Thank you. We were one of the first to teach Unreal Engine when it was still an editor, and Unreal Tournament 2004. We were very successful. We had a 90 to 100% placement rate in AAA. But that's what, when we created that program and the Game Wizards class, that's what we were preparing students for, because that's what they wanted to do, and that's where the opportunities were. 80% of the jobs at that time for environmental art, when they started making these huge games at, Sony Santa Monica and, Infinity Ward and, Medal of Honor and all these types of games. So that's where my students, went to work, and now they're 15, 20-year veterans out there. And as I'm thinking about the next generation of Game Wizards that we're developing, and we're gonna kick it off with a summer program. We're gonna be teaching Fortnite. We're gonna be teaching paper prototype design, which I know you love, right?
I'm a big fan of paper prototypes.
Yeah.
Please paper prototype. I love that.
Because here's the thing: if you're a young person who doesn't even own a computer and has no resources, but you want to make a game, nothing is stopping you when you understand how to make a paper prototype, right? All you need is some dice, some markers, some cards, and some friends or your family to play your game. That's all you need.
100%. And I've really been listening to just like this amazing talent like go through and tell us about like your stories, your experiences. I'll just touch on mine for a little bit. Nowhere near as experienced as y'all, but for me, I was in that position. Like me and my sister, we used to have to make like PowerPoints to do stuff. I don't know if that's just like having like the parents I had, but my other Caribbean friends relate. Like if you wanted to go to someone's house, you had to make a pitch deck. That was just it. So me and my little sister are making like, this presentation to say, Mom, we would love some Pokemon cards. And she was like, how much? I was like, well, it's like $13.99. And then she would say, well, what's the tax with that? And we would have to know that. And then, basically, she was like, wait, $13.99 for what? For what, 12 cards? She was like, I can get you like, 52 for 99 cents. And, like that was like how I grew up. So it's like my mom was like constantly making us work for the things that we wanted. And then once we put that effort in, she would then like abundantly surprise us with the things that we asked for. But we would have to put that effort in. So I ended up just getting some index cards and making my own Pokemon cards. And my friends started liking my versions. They're like, yo, I think your Pikachu's like a little better. And like they would let me use my index cards to battle. And that's when I was really like, yo, I think I could do this, So 100%, that's just why I'm a big advocate of paper prototyping. But yeah, I just wanted to share that.
That's amazing. No, let's not rush past this. You made your own Pokemon cards. Come on, give him a lot. Come on now. Come on, that's amazing. That's awesome.
No, I wanted to be a game designer since I was 5, and my mom always had this concept of like Will Smith already made his money. That's what she would say. She'd be like, I'm really like about to age myself, but she'd be like, like UGK, like, Bun B, Pimp C, like, I'm also from Houston. But, she's like, all these artists that you spend all this time listening to, watching, they already made their money. Like, if you love music so much, instead of, like, listening to all of it, and then she signed us up for piano lessons. And, like, if we were playing games, I couldn't play games during the week. I could only play games on the weekend. And she was like, well, if you love games so much, how come you're not working on stuff when you don't have free time? So it's like she really challenged me to, like, treat games as an art, and like the same love that she has as a person who plays piano, as a person who loves dance. She was like, why is that not your ritual or your routine to continue to create? So really shout out. We've been talking about the past. We've been talking about how the industry was back then. But just also shout out to my mom. Shout out to the elders who take that, right who in their own ways didn't my mom didn't grow up where she could easily see another game designer. It'd been great if she had known Muriel, but so for her to invest in me with the things that she learned, to tell me to pursue something that wasn't readily available, I just want to shout out to her, and also shout out to all those who came before us.
Thank you. Just about the story about your mother, it's actually the same with my father, but he was telling me, don't play, create games. But I was so little, I was 10 years or 13 years, and I wouldn't wouldn't want to create games. I wanted to enjoy games, and and first we need to enjoy before we create. That's the problem. But the parents, they feel we have to create, but you don't understand what you do. So, but they had the same mindset, your parents and mine. So yeah.
Oh, you're like cousins.
We're
Oh,
like
that's
cousins.
awesome.
We're like brothers
Those are-
and
oh,
sisters.
I love. Okay, everyone has these weird. Okay, so my weird prototype game, because we all had them, I guess, was so. I take a deck of yeah, I had a deck of cards, and my excitement was I got the 64 color magic marker set, and so what I did was. This is going to be old times. There used to be a thing called a newspaper and had a sports section and it had standings in it. I don't know how to describe it if you can't picture it, but it was a thing. And so what I would do is I'd play the game of 21 and I recreated the entire NCAA basketball season. Okay, by playing games of 21, full schedules, full NIT, full NCAA tournament, Alaska shootout, like all of it with my magic markers because I colored every team, color, to prototype. Because the point was the game, like, right, the mechanic was 21, but the aesthetic was NCAA basketball. Going all the way through.
EA Sports.
Exactly. Yeah. It's so funny.
It's in the game.
But intriguingly enough, what I want to talk about, because the vibes of you meeting from like you met in Ghana and now you're here and it's like color purple and it's like live, like is that there's a Discord. You know what I'm saying though, right? Like we found each other. It's you and which I love for us. But is everyone here in the Black and Games Discord? Ooh.
I love that. I love that.
I love that for us. Well, good, because that's your launching point. So you never have to have these experiences because you can always be in touch, right? And that's just so exciting, like thank you Trinidad, and thank whoever in here is doing the internet and all the stuff, that you've created systems where you can talk to each other forever, right? Because like for me, so like I said, I went to school back east, I'm at USC, so we have this PWI HBCU diaspora, right? And I had my sort of, like, my parents went to Morgan State, so I'm an HBCU baby, right? And I remember finding John Cash right there and being like, I need some black scholars from some black schools. Can we talk, right? And there's a wonderful opportunity across Caribbean culture, African culture, whatever you call American culture, Southwest, Houston culture.
H-Town represent.
Spoiler, we're all black. Okay? And it's so great to see. I don't know. It's just exciting that this is happening. All these stories.
Can I just
so
say
cool.
one more thing quick that I'm
Sure,
super
sure.
excited about? And so I just realized this like in the last couple weeks, but we're at this inflection point with technology, like with tools like Fortnite Creative and AI, where it's like at the dawn of hip hop, when all of a sudden that didn't have the money were able to make their own music, right? That's where we are right now. So just imagine what kids are going to be able to do, like this generation, with the tools that they have. And animation, too, for that matter.
Just for the record, you may have heard of Olivier Madiba. He's the very first, his studio is called Kisoro Games, and he's the very first studio who has released an African game, so coming from Africa, Cameroon. And he made it in 8 years. It took him 8 years to do it because in Africa, in his country, they had a lot of electricity interruptions, problem with the heating, and and they didn't have the latest technologies as well. And the teams, it's not easy to find people who actually have some skills to create games. And he had to find some people to help on his vision. The game is named, sorry, I have a gap. If someone can help on that.
We can't hear you.
No.
There you go.
We can't hear you.
Président Bao?
No. C'est the legend. Sorry, I will find out. But
No, make them do it. Find it. There we go.
Orion de Legend.
Oh,
Orion,
yeah.
yes, Orion.
There we go.
Appreciate you.
Thank
Power Pick
you.
community.
And,
That's Angela, everybody.
Angela.
Thank you. And you know, because I have been involved with the African community, the developers and the gaming creators, and they mentioned to me how hard it is, and sometimes they even had to downgrade their ideas so it fit with the technology at the time in their country. Because I was, you know, putting in front the, for instance, the first Togolese studio, but also the first Center African studio, and the first, who else? Kenyan studio. So those had, you know, very challenging issues in terms of technology. So they had to make games they wanted to make games for their community in Africa, but then they were also wanted to make games for people outside Africa to play. But the expectations are so different, because in Europe we are so used to have games, so the expectations are very high. And in Africa, the African gaming companies, anyone would be happy to say, oh, I can play an African game, and it's not that, you know, good as what we would say good in Europe, but it's very good for someone there, because it's not, you know, they're used to play AAA games from Europe, but when it comes to African, they understand that the challenges are different. But anyway, just to say that it was 2018 and before, but now, believe me, the aesthetic of the games and the technology, they use the latest technology. They are already on AI as well. If they don't have the the software, they manage to get them somehow. and they train, and they have like their system D thing to make it happen. And as you said earlier, Eric, that the population in Africa is very young. Like, actually, it's half of the population is like under 30 years old, even under 25, I think. And so it's gonna, you know, to me, we are talking now a little bit on the future, but because the youngest generation is actually in Africa, they are going to be the content creator we will consume in Europe, in US, in Japan. We are getting too old as a, you know, population, so we will be, you know, we will have to count with the content of the African country. And believe me, they have a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a look at how music, like just how, like, you know, Afro beats, Amapiano, Three Style, and Guam, like all of the music has had like such an influence, and you know, we just expect the rest of that art, that medium, those voices to, you know, to follow, and for us to also contribute as a collective Black community. I want to just say thank y'all so much for like such a wonderful, amazing panel, for sharing your experiences. Thank you, this wonderful, amazing crowd, for your energy, y'all's vibration. I love it 100%. If we could just, real quick, like closing out, if each of y'all could just sort of say one thing, one message that you would want to say, either to, like, you know, yourself, like if as you're younger, or to like the next generation. What's just one thing you'd want to leave the future with? And we'll close out there.
Well, I talk about my own experience. I don't create games, but I did create a movie from last year, and I have no real background in terms of, you know, filming. So I'm a film director. I had already some prizes. My film is going to be shown at the Assemblée Nationale, which is a very big thing in France. It's politicians, in less than 1 year. But what I wanted to say about that, thank you. What I wanted to say about that is that for the young people here, and if you know any, really go to your dreams. Just do, and you'll see. Just do. Get your vision, and whatever happens, happens. But it can only be positive if you align with your wish and your what you want to express. It will go it will go further anyway at some point. But I want to encourage people to do whatever they want. Just say that.
Oui. Je vais dire que je n'ai pas toujours créé par le passé, et que je vais revenir sur la scène de l'Institut.
So in the past, I stopped a little bit doing games, but now I'm coming back to the industry with a new game.
Alors, toujours dans mes thématiques préférées, c'est-à-dire que j'ai compris ce que c'était que la société créole de façon historique.
So always in my preferred themes, which are the Creole society, because I understand now I understand better the Creole society. So my new game is going to be about the Creole society. It's called Remembrance.
Oui, et j'ai compris pourquoi il y avait tant de différences entre les Noirs et les Blancs. C'est à cause du préjugé de couleur.
I understand why there are so many differences between the colored. How can I say? Why we distinguish white to black people. Actually, it's the theme of my own movie, La Peau Échappée. So we join again. I understand now. Yeah.
Une institution qui s'appelait le préjugé.
Okay, because I understand now through history that there was what we call le préjugé de couleur, which means the color prejudice. Yeah, prejudice. And that thing has been stated through the politicians and so on. So it's something that I understand. I mean, it's Muriel who is speaking, right? I understand that now, and I want to put that into my game.
Voilà. Le fait que plus tu étais coloré et moins tu avais de chance de t'exprimer.
The more you were colored or black, the less chance you had to express yourself.
Et ça, c'est un fait historique que je vais essayer d'expliquer et de démonter.
And that's an historical fact that I want to show and express and also demonstrate.
Dans mon prochain jeu.
In my next game, Remembrance. And it's exactly the same thing for my movie, Mélisandre.
Voilà.
Thank you.
So what I would say to any young person and to myself, if I could talk to myself when I was a kid, is just be persistent and never give up. You know, just keep going and stay focused, and it's going to pay off for you, right? And then what I would encourage everyone to do, especially as you get older and more experienced, is to reach back to the younger folks and mentor and coach and guide whenever you can. I cannot tell you how rewarding it is, right? Like literally just today, earlier, there was a young man walking through the door, and it's like, did you ever have that experience? It's like, like I was like, I love this human being, and I don't know where I know him from. I can't remember. I don't know his name, nothing. And he starts talking to me, and then I'm like, okay, this is one of my students. I know him from LinkedIn, right? And it just, 20 years ago, right? Now he is the head of production at Scopely, right? And I'm just like, whoa, like, I mean, you can't, when you work with so many folks, it's like you can't keep them all in your brain. You can't keep all these connections, but it's just like the gift that keeps on giving. Every time you run into one of these people and they tell you, like, you had a big impact on my life. And it's just like, it's just amazing. So, yeah, and again, even if it's just one person, like you just never know. It could be one person that you meet, one young person. There's so many students walking around here. You have one conversation that could just completely change their trajectory or give them the inspiration that they need to keep going when they need it. So, yeah.
So we're like plugging. Okay. We're plugging something. Is that where?
Yeah, plugging
Oh,
and
okay,
then
okay.
leaving the next generation.
Yesterday, we just announced the Collegiate Games Challenge. We're giving away $90,000 arcade machines. CollegiateGamesChallenge.com. Don't say I didn't tell you when you see someone running around with that cash. I told you back in March, back in 2025. That's like the most direct thing. But yeah, I mean, just treat each other well. Like, I think that's sort of navigating. I go back to where I started with diaspora. So many people before you navigated through Black exceptionalism, where the fantasy was that they could get away from you and into the dominant narrative by being so good at something. You have the opportunity to actually cultivate each other and realize that you're not in competition. You don't gotta be the first nothing, no more. First is right here, already happened, okay? So now you can aggregate and build things that are systemic, that are games, that are live, live ops. We need, that's what we need. We need less like moments, more live ops, where you have ongoing things that are persisting, like Blackfest, right? That we can look to again and again and to build our experiences and let people on, let people off, right? So I think maybe that's my plug, is for you to treat each other like investments, right? To treat each other, to cultivate, not harvest each other. We have a bad history with that, but we can change it together. There's my plug. It's for you.
Wes, thank y'all so much. Please give our guests a round of applause. We appreciate y'all. I'm without words. I'm so grateful for y'all's knowledge, for just having this dialogue with us. And once again, I love and appreciate each and every one of y'all. Please add Gordon on LinkedIn, add each of these people on LinkedIn. Come in and tap in with us. I'm Seth Smith. This is Hello World Mixer. Follow us on Hello World Mixer on IG or helloworldmixer.com. And yeah, we look forward to having more conversations with y'all, 100%.
And thank you, Seth, for moderating this panel. Everybody give Seth a hand clap. And thank you to the amazing panel. So that concludes Blackfest, y'all. 2025. There's still coffee outside, so if you'd like to get some on your way out, you don't have to go home, but you have to leave. You ain't gotta go home. No, this ends at around 4:45, 5 o'clock, right? It's, believe it or not, it's almost 5. We're gonna turn it over for the big awards, which is happening tonight. So, and we have some folks in the room that we're gonna honor. So we're excited about that. History in the making. So.
Wait, go get some free D&D stuff, then come right back. Then go get some free dice, and then you'll be back for the show. When does it start? 6. Oh yeah, you'll be back by 6. Perfect. Abundance. Oh my God.
Thank you.
For creating this space. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
I wouldn't be able to do this without our sponsors, A16Z, the CLF Fund, Sony, we got Game Heads, we got BCGA, we got everybody in the building, and we did it collectively. Gordon was also a... Thank you, Gordon.
Oh, you're welcome.
So yes, everybody go get some coffee, take a break, and enjoy yourselves. We'll see you later.
Appreciate you.
Also, sorry, big fun. If you didn't sign up for the after party, that's like a new thing. So I sent it to everybody who signed up for Blackfest. So look in your Partiful app and you'll see the after party link. That starts at 10 tonight. Okay?